All right, we officially live and here. I'm gonna play one more song, guys, just to get my mind right, and that way we can get started officially after this next little song. So y'all just bear with your boy for 1 second. I would appreciate it. Right, let me cancel this. And let me go up here, and I'm gonna play one of my favorite songs here. Outcast, one of the old school ones. Let me here. StreamYard Studio. Yeah, man, as y'all can see the title, what it's going to be about tonight. And it's kind of a thing that's been lingering over in my mind for a minute. So, yeah, man, we're going to play this next song and then I'm going to get it started off officially, guys. Trust me, I don't want to miss this one, man. It's long overdue, man, for me. We'll be right back after this song. Hey, everybody, hang tight, because right after this song, bro, it's going to get lit. And we're going to get down to the bottom of a few things that's been on my mind lately. So, yeah, we're just getting started, y'all. It's going to be a long night. Hang in there. We'll be right back. Yeah, yeah. Everybody, hey man, as you come in, shake that load off, man, because you know what I mean? This needs to be a cool night, man. We're gonna learn some things, talk about some things, get to the bottom of some shit, and hopefully encourage each other to question things always. All right, man, shake that load up. We're almost done with this song. We're gonna get right to it, y'all. Dive head fucking first into Are We Being Gaslit? Is this common phrase, space is fake and gay? Is it all faking? Well, let's see. All right, man, for each their own. All right, here we go. Single-minded mentality, bro. I don't know if y'all are hearing this, man, but he is spitting some pure poetry, bro. And if y'all didn't know, yes, this is Early Day Outcast, my motherfucking ATL favorite hip hop group, man. Let's go. So I just seen your comment, Big Pine. You can't hear any music. Can you hear me? If y'all can, give me a 5x5, 4x5, 3x5. Am I coming in clear? Am I sound like I'm too far in the background? Because I want to get this right before I start the official you know uh research. You hear me just fine? I'm not too loud, Emma, because I just want to be just right because I messed up last last time. You say I hear you just fine. Okay. Okay, I'll tell you what, then. Yeah, if you couldn't hear the music, that's all right. They may have muted that because it was off YouTube and it's probably copyright or some shit. So no, it sounds good. Okay. Okay, awesome, awesome. I'll tell you what, we're just gonna get started now then and we will cut out the music. Let me hit stop sharing and let me line up this video we're gonna watch as an opener. And I'm gonna talk a little bit over it and explain what's going on, why the title, why I'm asking, are we being gaslit? And that way we're clear in the very opening. And before we get too deep in it, you guys, like I say, are more than welcome. I pasted the link up here. If y'all want to come join on the panel, that's fine. It's just going to be a talk. It's not so much like a official presentation or something that I planned out for months. Like I've been way too busy. So I just figured, there's been a lot of things on my mind. There's been a lot of things adding up in my research that I figured, I should bring to the community and, get some feedback and also talk a little bit. So let me let me stop yapping. I'm gonna put up a video, okay? And I'm gonna explain what it is and where we're going with the subject matter tonight. All right, be right back. Okay, let me go to share screen. And I talk to myself a lot, guys, so bear with me. Okay, now video of comment and real. Okay, here we go. And once I get the video up, I'm gonna pause it, and then I'm gonna ask a little bit of what you guys, y'all's perspective a little bit, and stuff like that. So, all right, I'm going to get it going.
Different shapes to create completely different vibes and aesthetics. Or you can create your own graphic. I use the shape.
This. Okay, now let me do the speed, because what we're going to watch now, we're going to need to slow it down a little bit because there's a lot going on. Okay, so this guy goes by Scanner Guy 1968. Okay, and I've been following him for years. He does a lot of his own conversions, telescopes, and types of cameras, lenses. Like, he's really deep in it. I follow two people that are amateur, hobbyists. They do this for hobby, but they have a lot of companies. Let's say, let me come over and share this. They have a lot of companies that send them things to test their equipment, basically. Those are my two boys, by the way. They're grown men now, so that's them looking all, professional posing there. We were actually in Florida last 2 years ago. But anyway, so as you can see on the screen, what it says, and what we're going to be looking at basically is just, it was from last week, and this guy does a lot of infrared, near infrared type of recordings. He does very low light recording, and he has a very unique way. I don't know if anyone here right now listening does this for a living, but I give hats off to this guy and what he captures in our night skies. And it's not like it's every now and again. This, in the last year alone, just this last year, has been a very high increase at a very steady rate of objects, right? Let's just call them objects. Either if some people believe in UAPs, that can be your way you see it. If some people believe in satellites, that can be the way you see it. If it's just bugs or birds, light shining off birds or whatever, that can be your way you see it. But the fact stands for me, and what I've seen and why I'm bringing this to the community is because it's increasing. And I don't see anyone else making a big deal about it or bringing this to anyone else's attention. All I hear is space is faking gay, right? Which is a very broad statement. It can mean many things. And in my opinion, when I hear that, I think, yes, the education system and the government, whatever deep government or whoever's involved with giving the public the education and the putting all these animations in front of us, right, and our kids in the classrooms, are bullshit, right? We all know that. It's all bullshit, what they're teaching and what they're showing in movies and stuff. It's science fiction, right? Well, when people that take this seriously, as far as hobbyists and amateur people, like big nerds like me, right? When I start seeing things that I don't quite get, but I can explain in ways that are a lot higher on the IQ scale, right? Uh, that the education system will make you feel dumbed down about this kind of topic. And they will tell you that or even in our community, people will say, "What you're seeing with your eyes, that's not real. You don't need to trust your senses." And how did we get into the situation we found ourselves in as Glovers? We just got told, "Don't go by what your God-given senses tell you," right? So for the last couple of years, I see Dave Weiss and his followers or whoever. And I did it for a little bit, right? And I still see people that I see in the Foundry that I trust and love very much and respect still saying this. So there's a middle ground, right? There's a middle ground that I want to discuss tonight. And my research of the last couple of, I would say at least 8 months, bro, to a year, not just this specifically, but what I've been running into and cross-referencing with the help of AI and just doing deep dives and the stuff that I see through very good professional equipment and ways like infrared and you know different ways you'll see here of objects in the sky that the public doesn't teach us, and that is the complete opposite of the education system. So I'm gonna stop yapping for now, and I want to play this video, and I just want y'all to watch with me. It's a 7-minute video, and you'll hear me say a few things in between here and there. And all right, so let's just jump in it. And after the video, or I'm gonna be watching the comment section. If you guys want to make comments or ask questions, I can pause it. We can try to see what we can come up with before I get into all my research. Right? Appreciate it, guys. Let's get this going. And if you guys have any problems with the video or it's something's going on, just let me know right away, and I'll try to fix it. Appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna make it big. All right, playing. Sorry, I'm not making this on my mouse pad. Oh yeah, I got to go to YouTube to do that. All right, here we go. But this is in slow motion, guys. So, because it has to be. All right. And you will see why. There's a comment there. This is why he was doing his filming that night. And he called much more than that comment, let's say. Let's speed it up just a little bit here in YouTube. The way it's not too cool. Slow. Got a bird. Oh. Thank you, Big Bud. Well, Brenda, just try to play fair, okay, Brenda? And be nice, please. It gets very interesting here in a minute. Just watch all these, whatever they are, flying above head. Some are way, way, way far off, very small. Some are very close, you can tell. Video playing okay, guys? I'm going to come back to the comment section here. Is it everyone can see it playing okay? Okay. All right, big fine. Keep your eyes peeled, guys. There's a lot to see in this video. And I'm making no claim, so let's get that off the jump. Okay, thank you, Oro, Lumen. There's that, look at that flashing one going across the middle. Very fast. This is slowed down, remember, guys, so. And also, some of these disappear in midway across the, oh, look at that one. That one's flying. Hey, what's up, Jenna? Welcome. Wow, look at that one up top. That just disappeared. Whoa, did you see that? That went and stopped mid-flight and then took off again. Oh my goodness, I never noticed that one. Let me go back one couple seconds. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to come back just a little bit, and I want y'all to watch the top of the screen. Here, I'm going to back it up a couple of. There's going to be one coming flying across the top. And yeah, I'm going to come back just a little bit more. I want you guys to pay attention to, they're everywhere, but watch the top up here. And it stops. See that? And then takes off again. What the fuck? Wow, that's very impressive, I must say. Especially it being slowed down as much as it is. Who caught that? Joe, JJ. Yo. That was crazy, right? Yeah. Or, okay, I'm gonna shut up. We'll watch a little bit more. This is slowed down. Ooh, look at that one. This is slowed down 50%. So keep that in mind. Wow, that bobcat's really loud. There was one that just came right out of the middle of the screen that appeared out of nowhere and just disappeared, right? Those are the most impressive to me. You guys share this out if you can. This is, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is breaking, never researched in this manner, and matching up the way that I'm going to do tonight. Oh, wow. Yeah, some of these are like very, very, like very far away. Some are very close. And this is a slight touch of infrared. Almost, it's like near infrared, so that's why he's picking up a lot of different things, and some are very bright. So this guy knows his shit, though. He knows how to set up these cameras and telescopes, right? goodness. Oh, that was an owl. Now, what you're seeing there, let me pause it real quick here. Now, what you're seeing, the one with the tail, that's 3i Atlas right there. Or what they're, sorry guys. Sorry about that. Let me,
I was born with.
sorry, let me back up and get this straightened out accidentally. Let's go. Where are we at? Right about there. Okay. So, if you could let me know if this is back on, someone please, and if the sound is back. Yeah, I agree, Joe. The way it was taught to us, yeah, no problems there. I like the way you phrased that. Most people aren't specifying that, and there's causing a lot of confusion, I believe. And Joe, I'm not familiar with you. I don't do a lot of lives, but I don't know if you know much about the Foundry, but we try to keep it civil, and don't try to be overbearing, please, and no insults, stuff like that. You're more than welcome, uh, as long as we are on board with that. So, yep, just want to make it known. And if you would, Joe, share it out if you're interested in helping spread the word. I appreciate it. Wow, look at, oh my goodness. There was two of them on the left there that just went into the nothingness. Yes, Oral, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Spread the word if you want. But yeah, the 3i Atlas there is what is there on the bottom right is got the tail. That's 3i Atlas. That's where it's at now, and what it looks like through this type of lens. We're going to look at some very up close, very up close footage of that from an amateur that is very not amateurish. She's professional in my eyes, and he builds his own telescope. So we'll get to see some of that footage here in just a little bit. Now look at that one, very middle up top. Yeah, I think there's some kind of blind spots up there that they have on high altitude platforms in different sections. And we'll get into that too, the type of material that these aerospace companies use up there to pretty much make it where you can't see their vehicles. It's just it's a type of technology that it brings whatever's behind the object on the fabric in front of them, making it mirror to where when we look up at it or in that direction, you don't see anything. Yeah, and I'll get into the technology and patents here in just a little bit. It's very interesting. The type of metamaterials and meta surfaces that are used now by these aerospace companies and low Earth orbit type of companies that build for that specific area. Yeah, but look at this is half speed, guys. So imagine how fast these things are going, streaking across the sky. Unbelievable speeds. I mean, they have stealth now that's Mach 5 or faster that are unmanned, of course, because no one can live through that kind of pressure on their body. But do notice, watch closely how these things disappear mid-flight. Aren't a lot of them, and then a lot of them don't do that. They go all the way across without disappearing. Wow, there's two of them flying together, like they're buddy. Did y'all catch that one? I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit for you, because that was very cool to see. So about midway on your right at the top, you'll see these. I'll tell you when. Right here coming up on the right in the middle. Look at that, side by side like they're racing. That's so cool. You guys catch that one? Yeah, that was awesome. So he's changing the settings now, where you'll see a little bit more. It's not so dark here. Wow, look at that right in the middle. Look how high that one is. Oh my goodness. That's way up there. And that's got to be 100,000 feet plus, easy. I mean, it's what it looked like anyway. They're everywhere. I mean, I tried to count earlier, right? How many I've seen it? Oh, I was way over 200 by the end of the video. And this is just one very small section of the sky that we're looking at here. And I'm showing this for a very good reason, guys, okay? This isn't, I'm not trying to sway anybody. It's good reason. Wow, look, that one just came. Oh man, that came out of nowhere. See how bright that thing got? Oh, look at that one. Oh goodness, on the bottom left corner, that it was just a streak. So he's coming in a little closer on 3i Atlas here. If you guys had to guess, how far is 3i Atlas there? Like, I know there's not much to go off of, but put your guesses in there. Do you guys think? Or you see a lot there in Arizona? I'd like to see some footage one day if you can. Yeah. I used to see more of these 5 years ago. I don't see them as much anymore. Okay, where are you located, Big Pine? Because this right here is in a very low light, out in the woods kind of area, so it's much easier for him to catch these things. We have measured how far it is. Could you give me your guess or your just I'll say guess, Brenda. You could maybe tell me that. That'd be nice. And I'll show you. I don't know if you know the guy, but his name is John Leonard Walson, and he is an old school guy who takes all of his technology apart, like even the old stuff, and takes the computer chips out of them. 388 billion kilometers. Okay. All right. Ooh, wow, did you see that one? Wow, look at all these right here. Like they're just coming out of fucking, they're going crazy. Now you guys can't tell me y'all see this kind of stuff on a regular basis. No way, this is, looks, I mean maybe some of them, but just the depth perception, Brenda, they look so far away out there. And they're not flying anywhere around like, I haven't seen one that's like, that would tell me it's a bug 100%. Especially the ones that light up and then just, they dim out and go to nowhere. It's just super fascinating to me. I don't watch a lot of these, but I love this guy's stuff because I mean he's hitting all the time. He's not a hit and miss kind of guy. But I mean, of course, there's times where you don't see much, but I like this all the time. But yeah, you know, I used to see them all the time. Called them floaters and shooters. Okay, it's a cool way to because I could see where you would get the name. Floaters and shooters. Right. Let's see how much time we got left on this, and then we're gonna jump into some of the. Okay, it's about to go off now anyway. All right, I'm gonna end it there, guys. See, stop sharing. Okay, and I'm gonna pull up some stuff I'm gonna read. All right, these are my two boys. If you guys are wondering, I'm gonna leave them up for the remainder of some of this, but some of my co-pilot stuff I'll list on screen so you guys can read along with me, um, or I can just read it all myself. It's up to you guys. But okay, is space fake and gay, or are we being gaslit? Um, yeah, in a sense, we're being gaslit. There is a small group of flat earthers, right, that have adopted the saying and just the repetitiveness, a while back, and one of them has a big app, and anyway, I would say what we've been taught for sure isn't 100%. I would say about 20% of what they gave us to go off of as kids was and still is animation, right? Um, a lot of adult animation now that is very nice video. I mean, I'll give credit. The Department of Defense is got a heavy budget, a very heavy budget, and just in one year, $961 billion is a fucking huge budget. Okay, 568,000 facilities, over 27 million acres of usable studio, let's say, airspace and indoors. Very, very, very nice equipment. And something called um, deliberative, deliberative uh, directive or something. It's something like that. Simulations, right? So the the stuff that is at the disposal of the military industrial complex and space industrial complex is massive, massive. And um, yeah, and guess what? It's supposed to be all the taxpayers that have over the years supplied the money to buy this stuff. We are by law allowed to, or supposed to be by law, allowed to access this stuff and have access to it to use for the public as well, right? But the laws are written, or let's say the stipulations and rules are written such that um, it's military personnel that is considered the public portion that has access to this. But guess what? If you are a military personnel and you just want to stroll up on this property, right, to go, I mean, you're enlisted military, you still aren't allowed to just go and visit this stuff and use it, say, to train whenever you want to with this simulation stuff, right? So what I'm going to do, there's something called the Space Safety Capitulum, okay? And I'm going to read a little bit of that, and then I'm going to read you some of the research that I did that where I got to use and dictate where AI, um, what it's supposed to say, and then what you can get it to admit to. This is two very separate, let's say, separate research admittance, right? Or so it's not regular that you can just go and say, hey, AI, what is the budget, for the space industrial complex, and where is this stuff located at, right? How often is this put into the fine print and given to the public when they ask about it? It's not. It's not at all. You have to dig and pry and poke at the AI to get it to give you the right type of answers that you're looking for. Okay. Now, simulation equipment is almost exclusively used for what they give us to the public. It's not they point the cameras up in the sky like I just showed you and give you different ranges of spectrum or even full spectrum, right? Uh, like all spectrums will never be shown to you honestly through the people that suck in all your money and put it to where they think is best. So the space industrial complex, right, will give you what they want you to see. So this is easily said. They warp your perception of what space is. Okay. So in that sense, space is fucking faking gay, right? For so many years. This is what you are given against your best interest so that you see what they want you to see, not just what I just showed you. They're not going to do that. And they're not going to say, hey, let's slow the speed down so we can zoom in and see what that could be. And Brenda, that's how you get depth perception. That's how you know for sure if it's something that is very close to you and very defined with wings, right? So there is ways that the military and the people that suck in all of our tax dollars could use it properly to give us the truth. Okay. Now, with that said, I will say space is not faking gay in the sense that within a reasonable distance from the ground, we can and do have a lot of technology up there. A lot. A lot. And guess what? Our realm is fucking huge. And the equipment they use now can be nano sized. There's things called large, how do you say it? Give me 1 second. Constellations, right? They use these nano satellites, these nanobots, things that when it gets really cold up there, when made of a certain material, metallic material, can quantum lock and just stay stuck, right? And that's what they call geostationary stuff. Now, satelloons, yes, they're real. No, it's not like it used to be what they showed you, like on, let's say, a certain Flat Earthers app, right? Where they continually say it's fake and gay and show you these huge fucking like multi-ton things on balloons crashing. No, it's not like that anymore. Hell no, it's not like that. I didn't say orbit, Brenda. Let's just slow down. I said geostationary. Okay? Just hear me out. I'm gonna I'm gonna keep it I'm gonna keep it light, but by the end of this presentation or talk, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be dense. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Now that I'm looking down at the comments and stuff, let me stop bumping my gums. Okay, 1 second. Brenda, are you wanting to come on stage? Is that you? Hold on 1 second. Let me see what happens here. Can you hear me, Brenda? Brenda?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. If I mute you, hold on one second. Hold on. Okay, can you talk now? Try to talk without unmuting. Oh, don't
No,
unmute. Can you try to talk? Okay, now I'm gonna unmute you. Okay,
yeah,
well,
now I can talk.
awesome. Yeah, yeah. So will you let me read something first, and then we'll jump into conversation after that? You cool with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, mute up for me. Thank you very much. Okay, so I use Copilot, and what I'm going to do, pull up Copilot, and I'm going to read from this. So what I asked is, I put the file up for AI, and I asked it to, for one, let me go back up here. You guys can't see it, but I'm just going to read from it. Okay, so sorry guys, I'm disabled, so it's hard for me to get where I want to do all the time quick. Uh, okay, so I dropped in the file, said, could you please break down this document in 10 sections and also help me find high altitude platforms that are associated with the Department of Defense, Lockheed Martin, Aerospace, AT2. That's the name of their division of, um, like, uh, um, surveillance, reconnaissance, intelligence, and testing their equipment. So, and I said also any other information that could tie this document to the coming age of biosensors and 6G. So it says, absolutely, Russell. The 2024 Space Safety Compendium, or compendium, is a large and forward-looking document that touches on many themes relevant to your work, especially the interplay between emerging technologies, policy evolution, and systemic risk. All right. So what it's going to do, it's going to break this down. All right. So I'm going to read. I'm going to read the first section. We'll get into it. We'll talk a little bit about it. All right. Let me roll down here. Oh, shit. Anyway, this thing likes to have its own mind. Okay. Okay. So the first section here. Damn it. Oh, motherfucker. Excuse me, guys. It just takes me a second because it only works when turn my head crooked and cough the right way. All right. So number one is purpose and vision for this compendium. Advocates for a holistic, multi-stakeholder approach for space safety. When they say space safety, my outlook and my view from already going through this whole document stuff is low Earth orbit and lower. So we're looking at around 220,000 to 250,000 feet and lower. This is where weather balloons seem to not go higher than because of it getting to it seems as if some type of very different atmosphere, let's say. All right. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but around 120 to 150,000 feet, weather balloons don't go higher than that. But it seems as if when rockets are launched up into that area at night, especially, you will see that blue trail that looks like someone skiing on a lake. And those of you that are honest will realize that yes, at around 100 to 200,000 feet, it does seem as if there's the rockets seem to agitate whatever is up there, and it turns it bright electric blue. All right, we'll leave it at that. Okay, so
How did you decide that?
or just from vision, from seeing it.
Well, that's not a good way to tell. You're
With your
not
vision?
there. You're not there.
Well, it records its height.
Yeah.
You can
That's
watch
just,
these rocket launches.
yeah, that's the exhaust from the engine.
Okay. At night, you can see the exhaust then. Let's go with what
Yeah.
you're saying, the exhaust. And like I'm saying, around and between 120,000 feet, where balloons stop rising, and 250,000 at the most, it seems, you see this bright blue exhaust trail, and
Yeah.
it's electric blue, and
It
that's
spreads
that.
out.
Okay.
It
Okay.
spreads out
Yes. Okay. I'm going to get back to
because
the
the air pressure is low.
right, and I'm not saying anything against that, but let me
That's
finish reading. I'll say,
probably that's probably why balloons don't go much higher because it's nearly is very close to a vacuum.
okay. All right. Well, we'll get right back to it. Okay. So this purpose and vision of this document emphasizes substantially, or I'm sorry, substantiability, all right, transparency and shared responsibility across civic, commercial, and defense sectors. So this is just going over the document, okay, and what it states inside of it. All right, so the state of space safety, this is number 2, highlights exponential growth in satellite launches and payloads, notes a shift from government led to commercial first space operations, and it warns of increased collision risks and regulatory lag. So that's number 2 of the document, which is state of space safety. Those 3.
Yeah.
And you guys,
Yeah,
oh,
that's a
yeah,
big concern that people have.
yes,
The
I agree.
possibility of a cascade this in orbit, in space, right? We have a lot of
Right. And
satellites, and the worry is that they could collide, and there's so many up there, it could lead to a cascade that could make it impossible to put more satellites up there.
right. And just keep in mind too, Brenda, I'm only mentioning these certain heights right now. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get back to it. So number 3 is the space situational awareness, SSA, right? This recommends better tracking, data sharing, and transponder systems, calls for reducing uncertainties in satellite positioning and collision prediction, and mentions the need for analytics platforms potentially relevant to biosensor data fusion. And remember, at the beginning of this, guys, I'm mentioning what, well, those that know me know for the last year or more, I've been diving super deep into this biodigital convergence. So what I'm doing here with Copilot in this document, in this entire conversation we'll be having tonight, is on these mergers of biodigital convergence. Okay. So that's why it
But
just said
but
with this
it doesn't
space
have.
situational. But let me
But it's
finish,
not
please.
talk. It's not talking about that though.
Okay, Brenda. Brenda. I
No,
don't know you that well,
I'm
and
just letting. I'm just letting you know that it's not. It's talking about something else.
okay, well, what I'm doing is my own research. Okay, and I don't really care what it says. I'm just
You don't
trying
care?
to understand. I'm trying to understand this document and what it's
Okay.
doing with
I'm
the 6G biosensors in space.
I'm
And
trying to
and
help you
they're and it,
understand it.
okay, brother,
I'm trying to
listen.
help you understand it.
I'm okay. You
I'm
have
giving you
not let.
input. I'm giving you feedback and input to help you understand.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, but
helping
you're
you.
interrupting. You're interrupting. Let's do it after. Okay, is that cool? Because I'm gonna kick your ass off my show if it's not cool. We'll talk after. Okay.
Well, I guess it's just me for right now. I think he kicked himself off the show. I don't know what's going on. But the document he was talking about was about satellites. Satellites are in orbit and they are in space, right? So I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, so there you have it. Space isn't fake or gay. It's real. And the military document that he had talks about that and about the problem of having too many satellites in space and them potentially colliding with each other and making it dangerous for.
Sorry about that, you guys. My something happened with my studio and it booted me off. So um anyway, I'm back. If you can hear me and everything is coming in good, could y'all give me a 5x5, please? And Brenda, just wait, and I'll bring you back up here in a few. You're being very disrespectful, and you're getting me thrown off from my train of thought. So if you could, this will be your last warning. But if you could, I'll let you back up here in a few. Hey, thank you. If you guys can hear me, give me a 5x5, and let me throw this link back up here as well. Uh, Shit. Hello, hello. If you can hear me, give me a 5x5. All right, thank you. All right, now let me pull back up my document, and I'm going to read a little bit more and kind of explain where I was going with that whole spiel I was getting into there. So basically, so I work with AI. I can't write, I'm disabled, I'm quadriplegic, so I don't have that much. And it's so much easier to work with AI. And what I was trying to say is, what I do with Copilot here is I find very, very relevant documents um, to what's going on and what I really like looking into. Okay, I love space stuff, and what I'm trying to do is give people a heads up with everything that's merging with technology and um, human human biofield, human bioelectricity, our aura, everything that can be tapped into by technology, like quantum tunneling in a way, um, biosensors that are a part of an intra-body network, okay, and 6G biosensors. This is all merging with what the military does with tapping into autonomous drones that fly in upper space or upper atmosphere. Everything that is now what they call autonomous, that is Skynet, that is online, that is autonomous, the military through brain computer interfaces, right? Or high altitude platforms, or um, you know, uh, submarine, autonomous submarines, stuff like that can be accessed. And I'm trying to get you guys the documents and the research that I've done that shows what the capabilities are nowadays that the public has no idea about. Okay. I do deep dives. And if I'm not rudely interrupted and talked over on my own show, I can get that out to y'all. So let me just fall back for a second. Let me finish reading and get this out to what I was trying to say to you guys. So we're gonna just chill out, okay? Play fair, and when people ask you not to talk certain ways or to interrupt, then please just you know, I don't want to be rude and like tell you to fuck off. So just don't make me be that bad guy, okay? All right. So number 4. Let's get down to this part. Oh shit, it went too quick. Sorry. All right. So go up, up. I wish this thing would work exactly the way I want it. It would make it so much easier and not so confusing for y'all. Okay, number 4, space operations assurance. Focuses on norms for space traffic management, which is STM, active debris removal, ADR, and constellation level risk. Encourages public-private partnerships to raise technology readiness levels. What I'm doing right now. Okay. Number 5, launch and reentry safety, which is like what they did with on that fake launch with Katy Perry and them, where they shot them up, and they did a little arch, a little McDonald's arch, and they were hovering there for like what, 2 seconds and started free falling. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Launch and reentry safety. That's what they're talking about. Where Elon Musk does the CGI stuff, where it looks like, or he crashes some stuff to make it look real. Okay, this is what they're talking about for number 5. Launch and reentry safety. Discusses integration with the NAS, which is National Airspace System. And I encourage you guys, please, when I'm saying these things, since it's not on screen, which I will drop a link afterward, but just try to write these things down and look into them, okay? That way you're not just taking my word for it. Please do your own research, okay? So number 5, discusses integration with the National Airspace System, includes environmental impact modeling relevant to atmospheric science and emissions tracking, suggests improving hazard models and data sharing protocols. Okay, let me go down. Number 6. Go down. Oh, motherfucker, go down. Okay. Sorry, guys. Trying to get it right. Okay, damn it. Let me just make this big then. All right, guys, let me come back and look at the chat for 1 second. I'm just gonna continue reading what. Okay, I'm not being disrespectful. I was trying to help you out. You can't help me out until I'm done with my reading, okay? And you can help me out. All right, so I'm going to maximize my screen, so I'm not going to be able to see in the chat. But if it gets out of hand, guys, just be adults, please. All right, here we go. I'm going to maximize this. It'll make it so much easier for me to read without having to go back and forth. Okay, now number 6. Oh, I can't use these arrows. Okay. Damn it. I am horrible at this. Okay, let me just go down to the bottom here. All right, so this is space safety compendium. Where is the other arrow? Sorry, guys. This is really getting on my nerves. I don't know why I can't just push my arrows and make it work. Yeah, this is getting bad. Sorry, guys. I'm rookie, horrible rookie. Just please bear with me. Okay, number 6 is cybersecurity and spectrum resilience. And keep in mind, guys, this is a merging of biosensors and 6G technologies, right? Biodigital convergence with space equipment, let's say. Okay, cybersecurity and spectrum resilience urges defense in-depth strategies and onboard intrusion detection, which helps with hacking, right? Addresses spectrum sharing and interference, key for 6G and Internet of Things satellite networks. It recommends designing systems to adapt to spectrum reallocation. Okay. Number 7 is human spaceflight safety. Purposes of future-proof safety framework and rescue capabilities. Advocates for common docking systems and integrated launch rescue planning. Now, I want you to keep in mind, this is, once again, low Earth orbit, okay, and lower. So I would say no higher, absolutely no higher than like 250,000 feet. That's like max. And after like, you know, 60,000 feet, people are going to, if they're going to be getting out of anything and like getting on board something else at, on these high altitude platforms, which are like, once again, Lockheed Martin and their branch called AT2. Look into that. You'll see what I mean. What they do is they have like 3 airships the size of football fields together, right? So imagine if they have it like, you know, 100,000 feet, which is very, very high above weather systems and jet streams. All they have to do is have like, you know, 4 or 5 of these, you know, uh, supporting structures. And I've already looked into it. You guys look into it. Do your own research. These things, only one of them, okay, which is 3 airships hooked together, just like the old school airships. One of those systems can carry up to like maximum 200 tons. Now, imagine how much weight is that? How much shit could you fucking support with 5 of these above the weather systems and jet streams where there is no danger of winds, right? Very still up there. And you could just go into like a pressurized system and it'd be an indoor fucking luxury hotel. This is already up there. You guys don't understand. There are so many things that they are giving they are just now getting commercial public flights in these airships over the North Pole and in the South, so they say, right? They're taking orders and money and reservations now for 2026 for 3 day and 4 day trips, which I put links for already a while back in my channel. Anyway, here we go. Okay, let's get back to this. Number 8, cislunar space operations, which would be what? Above low Earth orbit, up into the stratosphere, or I'm pretty sure under the ionosphere. Let's put it that way. Okay. Now, we've seen the video I played at the beginning, right? And how high some of these things look and how fast they were going. I think already up there, that's not right what they use in our own, like our just our bare eye spectrum. It's not there where we can see it. And even if it was, these guys and these people are so fucking rich, trillionaires, already have like what would you say? That movie Fifth Element? Like that kind of shit is already up there. What we were just looking at the beginning of my stream. Yeah, there's already stuff up there, and the technology they use to mask and mirror, yeah, like the structures, you would never see it even if it was in our spectrum. Okay, so let's get back here. Okay, human spaceflight safety. We looked over cislunar space operations. Introduces disposal strategies for lunar missions, which we know they're not going to some physical moon, right? I believe that you could probably get close to that projection of the plasma projection. I'm sure the technology, not for humans to be inside of like the vehicles, but I'm sure the vehicles can go up into the ionosphere, I think, right? Like that's close to the bottom of the firmament. That's just my thing, but you know, it doesn't have to be true for you. So cislunar space operations calls for new protected regions at risk mitigation maneuvers in cislunar space. Nobody's going higher than that, right? That would be like, that would be the highest, I think, the technology they have now, the trillionaires, I think, yeah, they can't go higher than that though. All right, number 9, terminology and governance challenges. Acknowledges lack of consensus, consensuses on key terms like SSA versus SDA, discusses regulatory gaps and the slow pace of policy adoption. Yeah, they are building, and they have really detailed plans for like their colonies up there, let's say. Okay, next steps and recommendations. Encourages collaboration across sectors, right? Civilian, commercial, um, and yeah, stuff like that. Okay. Suggests balancing innovation with safety and sustainability. And it calls for continued research into emissions, orbital debris, which I don't think is something that's like a real thing. I don't think they're just dumping shit so it can fall on people. Okay. And system of systems risks. Write that term down. Look into that. Okay. I won't go into it right this second. But okay. So here is the Lockheed Martin I was talking about. High altitude platforms and Lockheed Martin AT2. While the compendium doesn't explicitly name Lockheed Martin's AT2, it does reference these here. High altitude systems as part of SSA and launch integration strategies, defense partnerships in developing rendezvous and proximity operations, RPO norms, write that down, uh, rendezvous and proximity operations is RPO. This is in the Space Safety Compendium document 2024. Like I say, after this, I will give the link. So also defense partnerships, those were developing the RPO norms. Then environmental monitoring platforms, potential including stratospheric or near space assets. You see how they just worded that right? Stratospheric or near space assets, meaning when they use the word space, don't always jump to the thought space is fake and gay, and it's referring to space like way out there, light years and all that. That's not real. And they did a good, or should I say, I did a good job on this research and pointing that out. Okay. Lockheed Martin's AT2, which stands for Advanced Technology and Training, that's their division, and it has historically worked on these here. High altitude ISR platforms, which is ISR is intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance. And the examples are Haley drones, which is HALE. So write that down. Those HALE drones are high altitude intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Okay. And they're known for those altitude balloons and what they call pseudo satellites. Also, the Lockheed Martin's Advanced Technology and Training Division is known very well for sensor fusion systems for space domain awareness, which again, guys, is low Earth orbit type of things, and tactile edge computing. Okay, very well-known computing. It's called tactical edge computing. Okay, this is sensor fusion, right? What I mentioned with my research, and also collaborations with the Department of Defense and Aerospace Corporation on launch safety and orbital debris modeling. Listen, guys, they're not dumping shit to fall on our heads. That's bullshit. What they do, if anything, once they have all of these high altitude platform communities starting to build up, which over the last, I would say, 20 years, they've gotten more and more lenient with what they let out to the public, right? And I am letting you guys know what's going on, and I'm giving you very exclusive stuff right now. This is my research put together with a lot of other types of research. in this document is very eye-opening. So I would take my advice and yeah, keep up with some of the stuff I'm telling you because you're gonna want to know about it in the future when people start bullshitting you about this stuff. I say you heard it here first. All right, here we go. Up. Okay, so this is the introduction, right, to uh, this whole framework. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to start reading. I'm not going to stop and interject like I have been. This is the introduction. Let me take a quick sip of my water, guys. And appreciate everybody being here, right? And Brendan, I wasn't trying to be rude to you earlier. Just when somebody says chill out, just chill out. You can help me understand later of your perspective, okay? Damn it. Come on, water, come over here. I'm in bed, guys, so bear with me. Let me come back to chat right quick and see what's going on. All right. Hello, Dr. Bass. What's up, brother? Thank you for being here, man. And hey, Brenda, nobody wants to debate, okay? Oh, dude, I'm just gonna have to kick your ass out, bro. Because I told you to chill out, man. Trust me, nobody that I know in the foundry is scared to fucking debate you, Brenda, man. Bro, okay? So stop talking about debating and stuff, bro. Okay? I'm gonna be done reading here in a minute. I'll bring you back up. Do you want to come up now? Do you want to come up, bro? Yes or no? Do you want to come up? Okay. If I bring you up, please stay on mute until I'm done reading at least one or two sections at a time, okay? Please. Thank you. But it's not a debate night. If you want to, I'll tell you what. After this, bro, we'll fucking throw down in the golf. I don't know you, you don't know me, but I will roast your fucking ass in a debate. Okay? And I'm very confident of that. Look, I'm bullshit. Look, man, I'm just rousing you up. Hey, don't take me serious, okay? All right. I'm gonna get a drink of water. Go ahead and take you off mute. Uh, can't unmute your guest because they choose to. Okay. If you
What?
go ahead and speak. We'll get some drink of
Oh,
water and yeah.
you're gonna get a drink of
I'm
water.
just rousing. Yeah, I'm rousing
Oh,
you
okay, okay.
up.
Well,
Yeah.
I just
I'm picking
enjoy.
on
Go ahead and get your water. I just
you.
enjoy debating and engaging with flat earthers and creationists and other people about theology and creationism and flat earth and evolution and all those things. I talk to people about all those things and I enjoy it. So I don't see what the problem is. When
It
you
ain't a
say that
problem.
you're
It ain't a problem. I just don't want to do it
well,
on this while I'm reading and stuff. That's all. Yeah.
okay. So
So let me ask
you
you this
sort
while
of
I'm drinking my water. How open are you to everything being geostationary? And I mean, you can still have your globe, but how open are you to like just being still in the middle of creation?
I don't know what you mean. Geostationary means
Hmm.
that that a satellite is orbiting the Earth at the same
Hmm.
speed as it rotates, so it appears fixed above a certain position. That's what geostationary means. Do you mean something else by that?
No, no. I mean, what do you think the Earth could be geostationary? Like just
I don't know what
not
you mean.
like everything else moving around above the Earth and the
Oh,
Earth not
oh.
moving.
Well, we can measure the Earth's rotation,
No, no,
and
no.
we can
I
measure,
mean not rotation. I mean the Earth just being in one spot in
and
a what you call space.
yeah, and we know it orbits the sun.
Well, you went around my question there. Do you think
What?
it could be stationary, the Earth not moving, the Earth just not going around the sun?
Well, then you'd need to explain our measurements that show that it is.
Which instruments would you say are your best proof of that? Like,
Parallax,
what? No, no, no.
parallax.
The instruments you use.
Yeah, parallax.
No, the like
Yeah,
physical measurement, like
yeah. That's
instruments.
Yeah, that's a measurement, parallax.
Not a measurement.
Yeah, it is.
The type. No, listen. Not parallax itself. What are you measuring parallax with? Like what machine?
Telescopes. Telescopes.
Okay.
You can measure the rotation of the Earth with a Bob Nodell did with his
Yeah,
fiber optic.
geocentric. That's what I meant, Bass. Yeah, geocentric. Yeah. Okay. I'm listening
Bob,
to you. I'm gonna drink some more water, but go ahead.
yeah, Bob Nodell measured the speed of the Earth's rotation, 15 degrees an hour, with a
Hmm.
fiber optic gyroscope.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Do you remember
physical
what
gy
he what? Do you remember what happened as he went up in altitude?
um, it was not properly calibrated when he went up in altitude.
No. Do you remember what happened?
No, he didn't calibrate it properly when he did that. So
No, that's not what I'm
the
asking.
I'm telling you that the data is not valid because it wasn't properly calibrated.
Do you remember what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
They didn't properly calibrate the gyroscope. Therefore, any readings they got from it should be thrown away.
I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm asking, do you remember what happened?
Well, why don't you just tell me what the answer you're looking for is?
I'm looking for him. I'm saying as he went up in altitude, right? It was stronger and stronger of a reading.
Yeah. Because the gyroscope is very sensitive to temperature and they didn't properly calibrate it, so you can throw that out. It's not a valid reading. You can't
Okay.
conclude
Okay.
anything from it, right?
No. I'm
Right?
I'm listening. No, I'm
Right.
listening. I'm listening.
If I take somebody's
Whoa.
temperature,
Slow down. Slow down.
if I take somebody's temperature with a thermometer that isn't properly calibrated, can I say they have a fever? No, I
Well,
can't.
I'm not saying that I'm that what he did was right or wrong. I'm asking um, if things are sensitive to temperature, as you go up in altitude, it only gets colder, not hotter. So, do the instruments read incorrect on both sides? Like if it's hotter or colder, it's not reading correct,
The
or
instrument the instrument reads incorrect when it's not properly calibrated,
my temperature.
right? So I can't weigh, say, a pound of hamburger if my scale isn't properly calibrated. I can't say
Yeah,
I know that it
I get that.
weighs. I can't say that I know it weighs a pound. I can't say that I know that
Sure,
the Earth rotates differently at a different altitude if the instrument I use is not properly calibrated.
sure. Okay, I get your point. I get your point. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind. Okay, and I'm gonna read a little bit more now that my whistle is wet. And can you just wait on me to come back and we'll talk then? You're good with that? Okay. I guess that's a yes. All right. Let me pull up my Copilot here. Oh, where are you going? Don't do that to me. Okay, let me pull this up. All right. So, introduction. The Space Safety Pendulum 2024 stands as one of the most comprehensive references on the state of space safety, risk management, and emerging technologies relevant to space operations as of late 2024. Through its synthesis of technical, regulatory, operational, and policy dimensions, the compendium not only reflects on historical best practices, but also addresses contemporary shifts in space activities. Keep that in mind. From the proliferation of commercial ventures, of satellite mega constellations, to sophisticated defense linked platforms, biosensor enabled astronaut health monitoring. Ooh, that was a mouthful. Okay, biosensor enabled astronaut health monitoring, meaning what they're saying is that these astronauts have either embedded intra-body biosensors or implanted biosensors. Okay, and the anticipatory frameworks needed for 6G wireless deployments in orbit, not outside of, let's say, basically what they're trying to get at is that, within a certain range from the sensors, like receiving end, like a tower or something, and a certain distance from those towers in their deployments is within low Earth orbit, basically. Okay. For policymakers, operators, scientists, and technologists, understanding the integration of such elements in modern safe safety frameworks is crucial because all of this is merging. All this technology is only advancing. They can't go back to the old systems to use for telemetry data, positioning in orbit. None of that can you go back. NASA, whoever, all these NGOs and stuff like that are all integrating with 6G and biosensors for health monitoring, so on and so forth. All right. This report divides the core content of Space Safety Compendium 2024 into 10 thematic sections, each capturing essential aspects of the document. Dedicated sections isolate and analyze specific references to high altitude platforms, Department of Defense affiliated or Lockheed Martin AT2 developments, biosensor relevancy, and the implications of 6G technologies. Further, the analysis draws connections between spectrum management, edge computing, satellite-enabled communication, and the emerging requirements for robust, scalable, and secure space operations. Okay, let me come down a little bit. Okay, this is section 1. Why does it not move when I push this motherfucker? Okay, it just gets on my nerves when it does that. Sorry, guys, let me come over here. I gotta treat my computer like a baby. Go down. Shit, go back up one. Sorry, here we go. Okay, section. Why does it do that, dude? I'm double tapping. Okay. Central to the U.S. regulatory regime is the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. Under the document, under the Department of Transportation, which oversees commercial space launches and re-entries through frameworks codified in regulations such as, write this down, 14 CFR Part 417. The compendium emphasizes the learning period for human commercial spaceflight, currently extended to January 1st, 2028, during which prescriptive safety regulations are limited, granting industry freedom for innovation, but raising debate about readiness and public safety responsibilities. Critical to policy discussions are several recurring themes. 1. Dual mandate dilemma. Whether regulatory agencies like the FAA can balance industry promotion with public safety, reminiscent of prior debates in aviation oversight. 2. Mission authorization in new domains. The anticipated rise of commercial orbiting platforms, keep that in mind, and lunar operations has sharpened calls for tighter on-orbit human safety authorities, either by expanding FAA remit or creating new agency frameworks. And number 3, spectrum governance. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration, which is NTIA, And the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, coordinates spectrum allocations amid a surge in commercial and defense space actors, a pressure point amplified by 6G and direct to device satellite ambitions. Keep those in mind. I'll repeat that. Okay, I'll repeat that. So this is spectrum government. The NTIA, which is National Telecommunications Information Administration, and the FCC coordinate spectrum allocations amid a surge in commercial and defense space actors, a pressure point amplified by 6G and direct to device satellite ambitions. Now that's important for here in a second what we'll go through. All right, let me go down here. All right. So this is almost at section 2. Why this does this? Like, this is the only thing I know that when I use my arrows, it doesn't want to work. Sorry, guys, for this. But yeah, write down any questions anyone has,
Hey,
and
Richard,
we will get right to it. It's Russell.
Russell,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm on my research, and I'm trying to. I have a laptop, right, and this little pad is hard for me to use because of my disability.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
trying
not
to, and then every time I do like my arrows on my keyboard, it doesn't go up. It's like I have to go do it with the.
not what I meant. What are you doing in this stream? What's the purpose?
Um, it's is space all fake and gay, or are we just being gaslit by that repetitive like saying,
Okay,
"Oh man, space is fake and gay"? Well, there's actually a
but
lot to it. Right?
what are you reading?
I'm reading my research.
Okay,
Okay, okay, I'm gonna get back.
what does it have
You'll
to
see.
do with space being fake?
Well, there are some very fake parts about what we're being presented from, I think,
Well,
certain level actors in the government, and then
well,
also within my own flat Earth community. There's some
this
shit
sounds
going on.
like a safety document, right? This is some kind of safety
Well,
document.
it talks about now that everything's merging and there are people actually building structures and communities up
Yeah,
in low Earth orbit and like certain heights. So what they're trying to
right.
do is scramble to, put up these structures and make an industry
Yeah,
out of it, right?
yeah. So
Before things are,
doesn't that go against what you're claiming that space is fake?
no, that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to say. I'm asking the question, is
uh,
space all fake and gay,
but
or are we being gaslit?
well, what does that even mean? But if you have a document about safety
Okay,
in space,
okay.
doesn't that
Listen,
refute what you're talking about, Russell?
no, no, it doesn't.
Why
No,
not?
because you haven't let me finish my research to let you in on what I'm really saying and the
Well,
questions
so
I'm really asking.
so could you just state what it is that you're really saying? Because if space is fake, then a document about safety in space is a fake document, right?
Bro, you don't get it. I'm asking a question.
Yeah, I
It's
know I
it's
don't get
it's
it.
it's
That's why
not,
I'm asking you to explain it to me.
and I'm trying to, if you let me read. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me finish section 1 and we'll move to section 2. Okay, so the compendiums, what I'm reading, and the all the research that I put in myself about biodigital convergence, 6G, biosensors, those kind of things are, um, they're trying, basically what's going on, bro. What I'm trying to do is explain to people that there needs to be a whole lot more regulation, needs to whole lot more of the public being informed to know what's going on, and not just have all this stuff put up there without the public having the main say so, because it's our money. that they're
But
using, right?
how could they put stuff up there if it isn't up there?
Who said it's
There's
not
not,
up there?
you said you do. You think space is
No, I'm
fake.
not, bro.
So
No, I
you don't,
didn't. I said, is space fake and gay? Or
well, do
we
you
being
think
gas?
yeah, do you think space is fake?
No, I think, yes, I do past a
Well,
certain
then they're
height.
not putting
Yes.
stuff up there. Then they're not putting stuff
No,
up
they're
there,
not.
Russell.
They're putting stuff below that, is what I'm saying.
In orbit? That's space.
No, it's not like they
Yes,
teach it.
it is.
They teach you that there's millions of light years and there's like these planets up there. That's fake. That's bullshit. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
so the
Okay.
vacuum of
Okay.
space is about 100 kilometers up. That
I
isn't
would say the
fake?
vacuum of space, if there is anything like that, a vacuum, it's above the firmament, somewhere way, somewhere else.
Wait, you haven't shown that there's any firmament. You haven't proven that.
Hey, well, you don't know me that well. Okay.
And this
Here we go.
document would refute there being a firmament since it's talking about stuff being in
No,
orbit in
no,
space.
no. I would say above, right about, I would say the bottom, like the floor of heaven or the floor of the firmament, which would be our ceiling, would be the top of the
Yeah.
ionosphere, where the highest like electromagnetic
The
plasma.
ionosphere is
Yeah,
about
yeah.
30 miles up, and we're
I
talking
would
about
say it
high stuff
probably
that's
start.
higher there.
It probably start somewhere in there.
How could stuff
Maybe
be
I would
above
say
the firmament? How can stuff
I would
be
say
above the
maybe
firmament?
I'd say maybe about 60 miles would be the bottom of where like it gets super like etheric. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like
60
kind of like
miles
a
is
kind of like a super
definition.
fluid kind of
A
attraction and like
fluid? What's
it gets
superfluid of
super.
what?
What's it like? Etheric. I wouldn't say like water fluid. It's like
Well,
a
what?
it's like something that has no viscosity, right?
Like what?
Like ether.
What's that?
I would say it's like the lowest gradient of plasma. Like plasma has a gradient to where it gets really thick, like lightning, and then like different types of you know what I
What
mean.
is,
You know about plasma?
do you know what plasma is?
Yeah, it's anything that's ionized, like a gas or
Ionized
even
gas,
material.
right?
There could be ionized material, you
Right.
know,
So not an
like
ether, a
physical material.
gas, not an ether, a gas.
Well, the ether would even be less than a gas. Yeah.
What
Anyway,
is
all
less
right.
than a gas?
Look, we're getting off in the weeds. I'll describe later
No,
a little bit more.
this is straight to the topic. What you're talking about
Uh, yeah,
is the
bro, you're
safety
ruining.
considerations for
Hold on,
something that you think doesn't exist.
bro. You're trying to put words in my mouth. Okay. Look, I can see why people boot you out, bro, because you don't give up. Just wait. Okay.
Yeah,
I like do
I
it like
seek the, I seek the truth. I'm a
leave some
truth.
room
I'm
for
a truther. I'm a
okay,
truther,
well
Russell. I'm a
we
truther.
got something we got something in common.
No,
Okay, let's leave some room.
I don't think you
Let's
care
leave
about the
room for
truth.
mystery. Let's leave room for mystery. All right, young man.
I'd rather have the
Right.
truth than mystery.
Well, kiss my fucking ass if you don't like it. Okay? Chill out. I'm trying to be nice. Thank you. All right, brother. Here we go. Section 2. All right. So the compendium synthesis indicates that future regulatory approaches will demand increased agility, especially as private, international, and defense related missions overlap in both capabilities and operational risk envelops or envelopes. Envelopes. All right. So you see what I'm saying with that? You see what I'm saying? All right. So here we go. All right. Section 2. Orbital debris and collision avoidance. A persistent risk for all space stakeholders is the exponential growth of orbital debris. See, this is where I kind of disagree with the mainstream thoughts because, like, they're like, oh, after years and years, every mission that goes way up there, we just dump shit up there and it floats around, right? That's that's the most
That's what
illogical
you're,
thing to do. That
why
would
is
be the
that
most. That
illogical?
would excuse me, sir. That would be the most like risk. You would be like knowingly putting yourself in a whole lot more risk and trouble
Yeah.
for future missions, and your fellow like countrymen over in the
Yeah.
the
That's what,
ESA and the Japanese, excuse me, and the Japanese, Chinese, Russian, other people,
yes,
right, doing their,
that's what the
excuse me,
document you're
please.
reading is talking about, Russell.
Oh, I'm about to just put you off. Okay. Trying. I'm so trying.
Seems like you're not a truther.
Just for 1 second. So what I'm saying with this research, I don't believe, right, that they would knowingly and do that purposefully just to fall on people's heads in the country. That just don't make sense, right? So this space safety document, right, in late 2024, they're basically trying to give us that pitch, right? So I'm bringing it to people's attention. Don't buy that, because I doubt that anything like, when have you ever seen something like a big chunk of some rocket second stage boosters just
Yeah.
fall out of the sky and hit
People
somebody
find
in
that
the
stuff
head?
all the time, Russell. People find
Okay,
that.
no, okay,
They
listen.
do.
If you okay,
It
while okay,
falls,
listen.
it falls
Oh,
in
whoa,
their
whoa, whoa,
field. It falls in a
bro. Okay,
field. They
okay.
find
Listen,
it. They find that
while
stuff.
bro, if you don't stop, I'm not going to allow you on the show. Just
But
look
what's the problem?
while I'm reading this. If you will go find me pictures and articles and like like documented things and just bring it back here, I'd be happy to look at it. I would believe it a little bit more, but I just don't want to take your word for it. Okay? That's all I'm saying. If you're a truther, go find it, bring it back. Thank you. Okay. The compendium catalogs not just US but global standards on debris mitigation, drawing upon materials from the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, which is COPUOS. That's the acronym. Okay, the Inter Agency Space Debris Coordination Committee. That's IADC. That's their acronym, and the International Telecommunications Union, among others. So these three agencies, what they just said, is some kind of committees that I don't know, track and keep an eye on all the debris, which I haven't went, I'll be honest, I haven't went and looked in their databases, and like I just haven't had the time. But if y'all want to go and look and see if y'all can see with your own eyes real live footage, or that they are tracking these debris fields up there, I would be open to looking at it. Okay. But I just want to bring it to y'all's attention. I'm not hiding anything. This is what this document is saying are the places that keep up with this stuff. Okay. So here we go. Key technical standards and models include debris risk and probability modeling. Operators are required to anticipate potential vehicle breakups. Listen, guys, anticipate potential vehicle breakups, collisions, and safe re entry scenarios via rigorous likelihood analyses. Thresholds for permissible public risk, statistical probabilities of causalities per launch event are codified in FFA regulations and reflected in global best practices. Let me repeat that. Thresholds for permissible public risks, statistical probabilities of causalities per launch event. Okay, keep that in mind. Are codified in FFA regulations and reflected in global best practices. You guys, okay, if y'all buy that, that's cool, but please go do your own research and come back and let me know. There's another one here. It says, let me come back. Sorry. Why does this thing keep jumping around? Orbital. Okay. Okay. Debris mitigation post mission. End of life disposal graveyard orbits for geostationary satellites, and deorbit burn requirements are now standard obligations. Operators must submit extensive post-launch and disposal reports to national authorities. Now, what the fuck good is that going to do, guys? None. Like what? Let me.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, excuse me. Please stop interrupting, bro.
Well, you stopped to ask questions, so I thought I'd answer you.
Bro, I am not asking you a question. Can you stop interrupting? I'm trying. I don't know you that well, bro, and I don't like new people that make me have to keep saying something. My kids don't even act like that, bro. Okay, please.
Yeah, well,
I
I'm
think
an adult.
I think okay, well, I think it's weird. I'm answering your question. I think it's weird because they put it in such words like end of life disposal, right? These are
Yeah,
debris mitigation. Hold on. Debris mitigation post mission. This is
yeah,
called end of life disposal and graveyard orbits for geostationary satellites. Let me
yeah,
ask you something.
yeah.
How
What do
would
you think
let me
that
ask you something.
means? What do you think that
Hold on,
means?
bro. I'm saying graveyard orbits for geostationary satellites. Okay, do you know where a graveyard orbit is and how high up that?
No, what they're talking about is you
Do
deorbit
you know what that
sat.
is?
No,
Okay, then why would you try to act like it's a regular thing,
what are you talking about?
like it's normal? Like
Because that's what they do is they deorbit satellites
a
regularly
geostationary satellite.
at the end of
Uh,
their life. They're not talking
okay.
exclusively about geostationary satellites.
Okay. Do you know what's usually left up there? What parts from, let's say, a dual stage rocket that goes up and comes down? Like, can you tell me that?
It
Like, what
falls
do they
back. It
usually?
falls back to
No,
the
no, no,
ground.
no, no, no. Hold on. What parts do they usually leave up there in orbit?
They
You have
don't.
no
It
clue.
falls back, dude. It falls back to the
What?
ground.
They've been saying that shit's up there for years, like 20, 30, 40 years.
Some
Just up there going
satellites,
around and
yeah.
around.
Some stuff, yes.
Okay. Do you
But
know
the
how many millions of
stages,
parts is up there that they say?
yeah. There's a lot of stuff up there. That's what the whole document is about.
Okay. Okay. And you know how many pieces come down and where they come down?
Yeah, lots of stuff comes down.
Oh man, you're so broad with it. All right, let me continue. Okay. Okay. The compendium underscores that a space traffic density rises, especially in low Earth orbit, coordinated interoperable systems for tracking, notification, and collision avoidance across government, commercial, and defense sectors are both a near term and strategic necessity for future. Okay. Now, section 3, launch and reentry safety procedures. Managing risks throughout the launch and reentry phases on missions is foundational to space safety. He said the compendium systematically details protocols encompassing licensing, on site procedures, systems engineering requirements, and post launch analysis. Notable procedures and mandates include pre flight and countdown management. So, launch operators must establish documented chains of command, assign a designated launch director, and maintain transparent, audible records. And personnel are individually certified and undergo rehearsals and simulations, which we will be going over in heavy detail here shortly. The systems of simulations that are played amongst these Space Force and military branches. Okay, let me go down. 2024. Okay, down here. 1 second. What's the regular shape framework? Let me get down to where I really want to, where I was really wanting to do, because this has been, we've been taking a little too much long, for too long doing this. Okay, JLens, section 4. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is the part I really wanted to get to. So if you guys were here in the beginning, you've seen the video I played and how many, let's just call them vehicles. I don't know what they are up there, but they were moving pretty damn fast. And They were, I mean, they just looked very unorganized. They were going every which direction. Some were fairly close, it looked like, and then some were coming like in the middle of the screen just out of nowhere and then disappearing into nowhere. So
Do you want to
what
know
it
what that
looked
stuff
like,
was?
what
Do you
what
want,
it looked like, what it looked like was like um that there are some I would say NGOs and non-governmental organizations that like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing
that,
and stuff like that, like the very high prioritize, let's say, um, things that they are just now kind of putting out there, like drones, autonomous systems,
that
things
was a
like
meteor
that,
shower. Russell, that was a meteor shower.
bro.
It was a meteor shower.
I really don't know what.
Yeah, you do know. It's a meteor
No,
shower.
no, I'm saying about you, bro. You
What?
have no clue. You have no clue
Yes,
what
I
that was.
do. It looked
No,
like a
you
meteor
don't.
shower. You
It
don't
looked,
know.
it looked,
You don't
it
know.
looked. Bro, I'm not claiming fucking no. Shut
Yes,
the
you
fuck
are.
up.
You're
No,
claiming
I'm
it's
not.
NGO
I'm saying they could
organizations.
be. I'm saying could be, bro. Bro,
No,
you
it's
got to
most.
go, man. You have got
It's
to
just a
go, man.
meteor shower.
God
You can't
damn, man.
handle anybody talking
You are
against you.
such,
What is
you
your
are
problem?
such,
What
you
is your
are
problem,
such
Russell?
a very bad
I'm
person
not
to have
bad.
on.
This is a
Yes,
good this
yes.
is a good way to talk.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ. All right. Let me go back down. I tried to have him on, man, and be civil, but anyway, all right. Our atmosphere, I know. All right. Brenda's got to go. How do I boot somebody out of here? Like, how do I do that? Uh, what do I put this? Oh, I see. Uh, put user in timeout. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't looking at chat. So, all right, let me get back to this document. So what we were looking at earlier, obviously, was not a meteor shower in itself, let's say, because things were very low, very high, in the middle, going left, right, coming out of nowhere, going disappearing into nowhere. Some were big, some were little, some were actually would shoot across the screen, stop in its tracks, and then shoot off again. Like, very amazing, whatever it was. And guys, I had that on half speed. So whatever it was, the technology that we can't see with our eyes and our spectrum can be seen in near infrared, ultraviolet, uh, like the guy, the video I showed earlier. I'm gonna list him, but Hangman 1968. That's his handle. That guy has been using all kinds of different equipment, right, over since I've known him, and he uses brand new stuff. He takes apart stuff. He removes the chips in some, doesn't remove in others. But this guarantees that we get to see not what fucking NASA wants us to see. Okay, this is the whole thing about is space fake and gay, or are we being gaslit by repetitive um speech, right? Repetitive speech, and I'm not knocking anybody, bro. Like no one has done as much research or the type of research or the merged research that I've done. So I don't expect everyone to see what I see or know what I know, and I don't know everything. But okay, let me get back to this paper right quick, and let me calm my nerves because I'm about to slap a motherfucker, dude. Man, excuse my language, guys, but I see what everyone's talking about now. I tried to get the dude shot. Okay, so this is section 4 talking about space traffic management and coordination. Now, all the stuff that I'm gonna be alluding to, right, is low Earth orbit and nothing above 250,000 feet. Now, what the guys record that I put on here, the guys that look at the moon, the guys that have a good budget that build their own equipment and answers to no fucking body, they got their shit together. And what they're showing me and what I can see and what I can dig up of their past footage and their complete honesty and transparency, is nothing less than fucking amazing. Now, I don't want you guys to go along with what I'm saying. Please don't, but please hear me out, because what I'm trying to get across is what they're doing up there and what they are, they're, and I don't give a fuck really what they're doing, but they aren't going by, and they're using our money. They're not going by laws and rules and regulations that and proper safety type of shit, right? And this Lockheed Martin AT2 systems and the stuff that they're doing is amazing. And the amount of uh, tons of things that can be kept up there for months on end or years, right, is amazing. What I'm getting at, and I'm going to keep reading, what I'm getting at is absolutely 100%. They have been building up there for quite a while. Okay. And it's within above the weather systems, above the jet streams. So there's no real problems, right? With getting the stuff up there and putting it together. And I'm going to go over here in a minute the instruments and the type of technology they're using to mask, right? To camouflage every fucking thing. And it's very easy up there. I mean, anyway, here we go. All right. Um, Space traffic management, STM, is becoming as vital as terrestrial air traffic control, especially with the ongoing deployment of large multi-actor satellite constellations. And they're not talking about the huge, like, balloon type of shit. No, 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 no. They're nano now. They are very little. They're called CubeSats, okay? And yes, you're not going to see them, but they are coming together like how they have here on the ground, like all the towers and everything above our heads. They're creating a net, right? A usable net, and that's how they get their communications across very easy as well. All right. The compendium highlights several cornerstones of space traffic management mechanisms. Number one, formalized notification and coordination protocols. Regulatory mandates compel operators to notify UA Space Command and all other relevant authorities well in advance of every launch, and to coordinate launch windows with global users of shared airspace or orbital highways. You guys, I can't stress enough from what I've learned lately, just recently, what I've been learning is that, yeah, it's a smoke screen, bro. With these little fucking dick shake rockets they shoot up, that's nothing. They shoot the shit up and then they release their little vehicles out of it, and the little vehicles, whatever, and wherever they launch from, all they're doing is uh, taking up whatever supplies to these high altitude platforms, right? And they're just dropping the shit off, and they are building communities up there. I don't know how to stress that enough. And I'm going to get into all of the research that proves it. Okay, 100%. All right. So basically, within 10 to 20 years, bro, you're going to be going up there on vacation and like camping out, and you know what I mean? Like not going to the moon, not the shit that they're making you believe. I'm talking about just regular, go up there with your oxygen mask, suit on, and then once you get in the air balloon hotels and shit up there, bro, take off. It's all pressurized shit. I'm telling you, bro, this is it's some wild shit. But anyway, here we go. So I was talking about where was that? So the operators notify the U.S. Space Command and other relevant authorities well in advance of every launch, and to coordinate launch windows with global users of shared airspace or orbital highways. Listen, orbital highways. Listen, okay? Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. Why do you think all their airplanes are old and clunky and falling out the fucking sky? They're not worried about that shit. They've been building the big daddy dog type of technology and ways of flying around. That way when or that video we watched together at the opening, That's the type of vehicles they got now, bro. Like they're way more advanced with these drones and yeah, very fast travel. All right. Number two is hazard area demarcation. Via flight hazard area analyses, officers and operators define anticipated risk zones for aircraft and maritime traffic. You guys, maritime, not just the water, air. Up there, it is maritime still because fluidic environments. Listen, I'm telling you, it gets deep, right? So these are shared with relevant air traffic and maritime control bodies to issue alerts and temporarily restrict access. So when they got shit going up to deliver whatever to up there, they let the air traffic controllers and the FAA, FCC down here in lower altitudes, like 30 to 60,000 feet. They're like, hey guys, look, we're going up. You guys need to know not to be traveling in these areas. We'll let you know when we're doing. All right. Number three is integration with global SSA networks, increasing resilience on joint space situational awareness solutions, including real-time object cataloging and threat forecasting, is enabled by both government, which is U.S. Space Command, ESA, SSA Office, etc., and commercial partners, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, NGOs, right? So it's not just your regular government bodies now, it's also the NGOs who have big say so on what's going on with building the space industrial complex right above our heads, right, guys? Technological advances in optical, radar, and on-orbit sensor constellations enhance detection, characterization, and accurate tracking of resident space objects, RSOs. Look it up. RSOs, resident space objects. Number four, standardization pushes. And listen, guys, remember, it's not just this document that I'm referring to. It's my research, my merging of bio-digital convergence, new space industrial complexes, NGOs, 6G, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this is why, if you haven't heard a lot of this shit yet, it's because I'm putting it all together for you. Standardization pushes. The compendium notes that international best practices, including schema, like schemes, for voluntary data sharing and open taxonomy, uh, taxonomy for best object types are under development. But fragmentation and protection of proprietary data remain ongoing concerns, meaning stuff and technology that you don't know about yet, and because the patents of the government or NGOs haven't been widely, put out there yet. That's why it's worrisome about like what the fuck is really going on. We're confused. People think all space is fake and gay. No, it's actually pretty fucking badass, and they got a lot of shit going on that are under the radar, so to say. And yes, NGOs and corporations have bought off our government, and they don't give a fuck really about safety and concerns and all that. It's they've taken over basically, and they're getting ready with all the new technologies of the biodigital convergence, 6G, simulations, and now low Earth orbit community. They're this is how they stay ahead of all of us, because we ain't got a fucking chance of making trillions of dollars like they do off of us, and we pay for it all, bro. And we don't know what they're doing. We just think, yeah, satellites ain't real. Nothing's up above our heads. Bro, we have been fooled. And I think because the same repetitive uh, flat earthers apps are telling us what to see, and it's all fake and gay. Yeah, I bet you, I bet you Dave has got a big chunk of money to keep his fucking mouth shut and keep his app dumbed down. Bet you. And I'm just saying that. I don't know if it's true, but I just bet you. I got a feeling somebody's paid off that community over there. All right, here we go. Section 5, or well, let me end with Section 4 here. Effective STM will depend on migration to open architectures, scalable data sharing agreements, and the leveraging of both terrestrial and space-based sensors, especially to maintain safety as cross-jurisdictional and multi-orbit traffic as all that expands up there, right? That's the only thing that's gonna um, migrate to us and us be getting in on the architectures and scalable data sharing, like it said. You know. Anyway, all right. Section 5: onboard technologies for safety monitoring. The rapid progress in safe spacecraft onboard computing and sensor technology is revolutionizing space safety. The compendium provides extensive detail on the integration and validation of onboard safety critical systems. Key areas include computing and software validation. All safety clinical software, including that handling flight control, abort systems, hazard detection, and telemetry, must be validated and verified according to stringent protocols with detailed plans for coding standards, configuration management, and refusal of unauthorized commercial off-the-shelf software unless demonstrably reliable. Number 2 is telemetry and data integrity. Data communication protocols from spacecraft to ground and vice versa must ensure low latency and error check transmission with plans for spectrum redundancy and automated fallback in case of data dropout or hardware failure. We move down to the next one. Right, computer app, right? Telemetry. Sorry guys, let me get right here. I'm going up just a little bit. Okay, damn it. Stop jumping like that. My damn hands jumping. Okay. Section 4, section 5. Damn it. Where's this fucking thing? Stop jumping like that. Sorry guys, rookie. Okay, still in number 5, telemetry and data integrity. Data, data communication protocols from spacecraft to ground and vice versa. Okay, we already got that one. Onboard diagnostics and autonomy. Missions now increasingly embed autonomous anomaly detection, self-healing algorithms, and safe mode reconfiguration functions at the edge critical for both manned and long duration planetary operations, which we know there's no plans like that, not like that. Biosensor integration. Wearable biosensors exemplified by systems such as the Canadian Space Agency's BioMonitor shirt monitor physiological metrics in real time and transmit data securely to both onboard and ground medical teams, as discussed in detail below. So basically, these biosensor integrations that they're speaking of with people that are on these type of, missions, which they use the astronauts as those kind of examples. So basically, with the 6G capabilities and biosensors, either intra-body networks or like wearables, stuff like that, are the way that the future is. That's just it. Like the only way that they're going to allow people to integrate into these kind of systems or to even get on board one of these ships maybe just to go up there in 10 years. You're probably going to have um, that kind of trackable, so they can say it's for your safety, that we are able to read in real time your heart rate, or your basically what it is your body's algorithm. It's on the National Institute of Health website. That's what national security means, right? It's the Department of Homeland Security. You are now the new data storage mediums. You are the new supercomputers nodes in the, you know, uh, in the Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies, Internet of Bio-nano things, Internet of space things. It's like there is only digital twin systems, and that's the new. That's the new way of keeping you tethered to the cloud. Basically, your digital twin is your cloud storage. Okay. Anyway, we're getting off topic. All right. Number 6 is edge computing architectures. What I was just talking about. The architectures. Okay. The incorporation of edge compute nodes, microprocessors, or AI accelerators aboard satellites is growing rapidly. These assist in processing collected data, running diagnostics, and executing safety protocols without waiting for ground command. So that's the Internet of Space things, basically. Okay. It's an advance with direct relevance for both biosensing, right? You and your intra-body networks, and future 6G networking features. So basically, you're going to be connected to wherever you go. If you want to go up to these, hotels in the sky and stay a little while, you are going to go from system to system. Meaning, if you leave a certain range, say you are connected to your wireless body area network, which is your intra-body system, which is connected to the Internet of uh, things here on the ground. But then if you're going to take a trip, you are going to have first a digital ID so that they can make sure you're you. You are then going to have to switch as you go up in elevation from the ground network to the Internet of uh, space things, right? So as soon as you pass a certain altitude, then you automatically switch over to a new network, right? And your algorithm has to stay within that cloud compute. That way, they can read all your bodily functions and your the telemetry of your, if you're very nervous or your heart rate. That way they can correct things within your body through what? Telemedicine, telehealth. Okay. Trust me, it's not phone calls anymore in the health system. You are connected to the medical grid. All right, here we go. So ending number 5 up is the compendium concludes that robust testing, validation, and continued evolution of safety critical onboard systems are crucial as spacecraft architectures become more modular, heterogeneous, and interconnected, which you're going to look back in several years ago. Man, that Lockheed Martin AT2 aerospace, the way they held up those structures and hotels in the sky were so fucking, 2025. In 2050 or 2050, you're going to be like, yeah, now we are quantumly locked to the etheric medium, right? That keeps us in a geosynchronous orbit, right? Wherever that space hotel travels to, you're just going to be locked into a no viscosity, thing where it can put a booster on for 5 minutes and just coast all the way around, the whatever area of the United States would be at 100,000 feet looking down, right? and never use fuel. They're just quantumly locked up there, which they already do with the very light nano CubeSats. There is no fuel or anything like that. Anyway, so so the project platforms, I'm going to name off a couple here. I'm going to tell you their role and their key features and status as of right now. So these A22 aerospace and related high altitude platform initiatives. The project or platform that I want to name first here is AT2Z1 airship. The role is for logistics, surveillance, and communication, right? Basically for military, probably right now. The operator is AT2, Lockheed Martin. Spinoff is the Heritage. It's one of their spinoffs from a earlier version, I guess. The key features are hybrid, which is helium and just an aerodynamic. You know, it's labeled as a VTOL. That's its acronym, and it's for high payload. Like I told you, they can carry multiple tons up there for months. Their status is testing and development. Okay. Next one project is P-791, and it's a demonstrator. It's just the platform type. Precursor is the role, and a tech demonstrator. So I guess they use it for the tech industry to as a, maybe they just use it to pitch to rich people. I don't know. But also, again, the operator is Lockheed Martin. Key features is tri-lobe, non-rigid airship, DARPA partnership. And the status is historic, so it's an older one. And the last one is, the project is modular, and it's a high altitude platform dash DS, whatever that stands for. The role is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. It's a C2, and it's a communications platform. And the operator is the U.S. Army, and Heritage is industry partnerships. Key features is it emphasizes open architectures and payload modularity, and the status is RFI, whatever that means, experiment. The compendium makes clear that AT2 Lockheed Martin airships lineage is integral to current and future high altitude platform strategies for both civilian and defense missions. All right, I'm gonna come back to chat for a second. Give me a drink of water and see what's going on in the chat, guys. All right, 2 people still here. Very takeoff and landing. Yeah, vertical. Yep, you're right. Solid, brother. Yes, good to hear. Where are all the meteorites? Right. It's a question. They ain't falling here on Earth. Yeah, whatever. I don't think you were here. I worked for when I played that beginning video, but of course you can go to that guy Hangman 1968. That's his handle. That guy has endless videos from endless vendors, technologies, endless conversions of the technologies. And I mean, just the last year or two, brother, the skies are busy. Let's put it that way. And I don't make any claims on what they are. What, regardless of what. Oh, are you? Yeah, man. Let me add you to the stage. What's up, Ironwork? I didn't see your request, brother. My bad. If you're still there, man, welcome, bro. But
Can
yeah,
you hear me?
yes, sir. I got you loud and clear. Yeah.
All right, good to see you, man. Yeah, I've been listening in. I've been here hanging out.
Oh, cool, man. Good deal. I want to put this. I'm going to drop these documents after after I read it, or actually, I'm going to drop it while I'm on break here, taking some water, and that way you guys can go through. You know me. I drop my research on my pages, so you know, you guys can go through and see where I get my information, and double check me and stuff like that. But did you hear Brenda earlier trying to tell me what I was saying, like putting words in my mouth? What I was saying was, I don't know what's in the skies, but I damn sure see them, right? Whatever they are. But they seem to be going very fast and they appear out of nowhere, not all of them, but then they disappear into a hole in the sky, which, you know, could mean a lot of things. Uh, but it piques my interest when my research, after, merging with a lot of these official documents and, a lot of military stuff that I look into. And, and when I'm just told over and over, or we're told over and over, which we know what is fake. We know what we were taught to believe and shown these cartoons and animations and simulations. And so we know what's fake and gay, right? Like, but when we look up in the skies like this from amateurs that know their equipment and know how to take out what the government regulates us with these chips, right? And shows us when we look into certain what we call planets or certain galaxies or whatever that we know are millions of light years away. But the government with these chips and shit, they make it seem as if, what they want us to believe as far as simulation and and animation, they put that in the technology as well. So I'm glad to see when people do their own work and take out these chips and show what our spectrum doesn't see. It's very obvious that it's not fake and game, right? So there are aspects of fake and game. There's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna stop rambling. You see what I'm
Oh, no,
saying,
no,
right?
no. That's okay. No, I see exactly what you're saying. And, you know, I would love to say that all of space is fake and gay, right? It would make it easier if we just said that. But are there certain
Right.
aspects to it? Are there certain aspects to it that I don't know. Like, I don't know. But this much we can see. This much we know that's evident, right? Is that we can make certain aspects of how certain things could possibly move on. Can you hear me still, RG?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm loud and
Or,
clear.
okay, okay, okay. I didn't know if you lost me or not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Am I too
what we
loud?
s- no, 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 not at all. No,
All
not at all.
right. Yeah.
So there are certain aspects of space that that I feel we can replicate here, or possible, okay, let me rephrase that, but possible aspects of space that we can replicate here, right, on the ground. Well, for example, what I'm talking about is how when they do the magnetic locking, you understand,
Yes. Yes.
where they freeze that fucking hockey puck over those magnets and then they just move stuff about. That stuff isn't just made in a vacuum. But what I mean by that is, like, in the in that sense of where it's not made in a
And
place to
open.
where nobody understands. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like is that possibly what they could be using up there? I feel that's probably what they could be using up in space, right? They probably using things of this nature to make these objects travel the way they are, but they're not traveling. See, when they say something is in orbit, I believe something is in orbit, but not
Yeah.
orbit like we think, not going
Yeah.
around the ball of the earth, but
Right.
rather around the clock of the earth, the clock face of the
Mm-hmm.
earth. You know what? That's what I'm going to call it from now on, the clock face,
Clock face.
the earth's
I
clock
like that.
face.
I like that.
You know what I'm saying? Because it makes
Mhm.
that makes more sense instead of going in a ball-like fashion around this, around going in a, no, it doesn't. No, it goes like in a clock, not exactly in a perfect circle, but kind of like in a rosette pattern or whatever its orbit is, right? And so, what I mean by that is, if you look at a flat Earth map, right, and say like say something had to travel from the United States to Africa. Well, it had to go from US to Africa, then back to US. Well, it would take its time. It has a particular path it needs to follow, and then it goes kind of like in a racetrack pattern. And it's not a perfect circle. We don't need it to be a perfect circle, but it's going to move in a particular way to where it does. It's like a Ritz cracker. It's like a racetrack, right? Have you ever seen those? You ever seen those freaking screensavers that travel? They move and then they like hit each corner of the screen,
Oh yeah. My Samsung does that.
and then yeah, and it's like you're looking at it and you're kind of predicting where it's going to go.
Yeah, where it's gonna go.
It
Yeah,
kind of Yeah,
I do
it
that
kind of moved. In my mind's eye, I think if it were to move, it was going to move like that or something similar to
too.
that. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
and
And it's
also, in orbit too. I think most people think orbit would have to necessarily mean circle or some kind of circuit,
or
right?
going around the
You know,
ball, or going around the ball, maybe.
yeah, but
Wait, is
and
that
that
what
would
you
be
mean? I don't
perfect.
want to be talking. Yeah, I
No,
don't
no,
want to
no.
be talking over you. I
That's what I
apologize.
mean.
My bad. Go ahead.
Very good. It's
Okay.
just I think that it's it's what we've been taught, right? And repetitious things stick with us. So yeah, circular or
Yes.
square, like it has to go around and come back to where it began to be a circuit. But
Right.
a circuit could also
Right.
be like say to go to Africa and back. You could just go in a straight line there, straight line, take the same path right back. That could
Yeah.
be an
Yeah.
orbit as well. You know,
Right.
so
Right. And
I
then the
think we're
thing is
they
if
just
it travels
brainwashed
in a
us.
circuit.
Mhm.
Right. If it's traveling in a circuit, maybe it doesn't have to be like you said in a circular fashion. It could be patternized, right? It goes to this spot first, that spot next, rinse and repeat over and over again. It doesn't have to look perfect, but it needs to hit those coordinates like it's planned out to. And it just goes and it goes and it goes and it goes, right? So these things, they're funky. They're funky like. But I think what it is that so many people have built into their minds that it's going around a ball of an earth. And that's not at all what it's doing.
No, absolutely
Right?
not.
Because
No.
if it was going around a ball, then we would have detected the ball earth, but we're not. We're not finding
No.
that ball earth. Because it's not because it's there's nothing up there moving around the ball earth. It's not possible. It's not falling upside down. It's not possible.
Wait, oh,
This is
but
what's in
check
people's
this out.
imagination. It's what's in people's imagination, and people's imagination is so fucking vast, but it's limited at the same time. What I mean by
Well,
that is that it's taking them to someplace false that is not possible at all. Not possible, not real, right? To where
mhm,
the possibilities are what we're talking about. That's possible. Now,
yeah.
I'm assuming rather. I'm assuming. Let me be careful with my words, but I'm assuming based off of the things that we could do here on the ground, right? That maybe that's the possibility. And then let's not rule out, and I'll let you have this, man, because I don't want to steal your thunder either. Let's
Very good.
not rule out that an increase in altitude gives us what? An increase in voltage.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
that
yeah.
super
Yeah.
high voltage at altitude. The higher we climb, the higher
And
the
that's
voltage. So yeah. And then let's
and
not
this is
forget they got the objects like the TR3B. The TR3B is patented. It's a patented piece of gear. Yeah, been
yeah,
around for
buddy.
years.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And you may tell you, I'm glad you said that because where I'm going with this, where I'm going to go with this conversation, right, is
Mhm.
the abilities that we don't have down here that we do up there, and that
Right.
at certain places where it seems to be, things get different. Let's just put it that way. Things start to change, and you can't go much higher with the types of, well, at least the types of cameras that we've sent up on balloons. We can't we can't seem to go much higher than that. 120, 150, 100,000, around there. So, and the increase in voltage and the types of things to where, when we're like, oh, well, why don't we see them? Why don't we see anything up there? We can't see shit, even with cameras or telescopes. Like we don't anything. See, this is where it started getting dangerous for me because I'm like, damn, that's a good point. Like, where are all these satellites and shit? So then I'm like, oh fuck. So when I started looking into it and looking into, where biodigital convergence starts to come in with this 6G and shit, right? And that at that altitude, well, do you remember a while back there was this Toyota commercial or Toyota commercial? Yeah, Toyota commercial where they were making a big deal about this new fabric that they were putting on this car, and as soon as they flipped the switch to send a certain current through the fabric, the car would disappear, right? And then there was this dude that would take this fabric like a piece of, like, I don't know, it was like maybe 4 foot across, and he will hold it up in front of him, and you could see where his chest and up was, but you couldn't see nothing from his chest down. All you seen was the bushes that were behind him, and it completely took, you know, whatever the current was running through it. This is old technology too, right? To where, and this, about stealth, how they keep from radar from picking up its heat, right? Sensor with certain radar, uh, where the old, the damn SR something Blackbird and then the B2. Well, you know what I mean? I ain't got to explain a lot, but so that's old technology. And what they got now, just before I started the show, um, I was really diving deep into it and I almost forgot to include it in here. But bro, what I'm about to give to y'all, man, tonight, it's so many technologies now that you wouldn't see shit if you had a aircraft carrier 100 foot in front of you, bro. The type of shit they got now to bend light around things, and the type, man, just you're gonna see, bro. You that answers all the questions about where you know where are all the satellites. Well, they could be quantumly locked up there, and you know, just can't see them. But and I digress. But what you're not going to see is the shit that's on Dave's app that's showing you where these heavy ass clunky, with these huge ass balloons that shows these crazy ass things just crashing into everything and like falling out of the sky, the China balloons on satellite. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff is what I mean by are we being gaslit? With this kind of picture people are putting in our minds over and over and over and over and over, and then saying the same thing over and over and over, bro, is nothing different than the education system. So I'm not saying, bro, that there's not a whole bunch of fake and gay shit that they show us and teach our kids and try to sway us with. Like, and we've been over it, and we keep telling people we've got we have to we got to digress, bro, and fall back and realize, hey, I got to put in a little time to research what's possible now, right? And what technologies are out there now, right? Because I believe, and this is just me, I believe about 220,000 feet, bro, and down, there's a whole lot of shit going on up there. And you've seen
Right.
that video I played. There's a lot of shit, and that we were just looking at a very small little piece of the nighttime sky in that first video.
Mm.
I counted
I feel
2, but yeah,
I do feel that it is misdirection, and that's deliberate. That's a misdirection, and that's for everybody. All the people that ain't in the know, that's a misdirection. You know what I'm saying? That's a deliberate misdirection to where we believe, oh man, the satellites, the old traditional shit with the little solar panels and shit, big ass body, like 20,000 pounds or some shit
yeah,
like that. Just
yeah,
fucking,
yeah,
or like, like 4 tons heavy and shit, flying all over the place, drugged by them balloon. Do they have those? Absolutely. They have those, I'm sure. But I'm sure,
yeah,
just looking at that
yeah. They got the
TR3B, I
airship.
think, right. But I feel that the
Different bolt.
TR3B is like a test platform. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That they do like
Mm-hmm.
millions of different tests on. And it's not a primary airborne device. It's not a primary aerial device, but it's like, okay, if we were to put this on, if we were to put like say a fucking, I don't know, a damn observation sensor
Or something. Yeah.
on this
Oh, I
this
see.
type
I
of
see.
platform. right? And so really all it serves as is just a machine to move shit around on. So they if they want to have eyes in the sky and want to hover and then move
Yeah.
immediately from point A to point B, they can do that. And basically they use the TR3B as that vehicle or the capabilities that you would see on a TR3B as a vehicle to get the eyes from point A to point B. And then it doesn't have to be fucking necessarily like a set of visual eyes. Say they want to have a um a
See?
beacon right
Done.
in the sky,
Yeah.
right, and they want to have a beacon, or even if they want to have a series of relays, they can do that, and then they can maneuver the relays from point A to point B. They ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? And this is not
Yeah.
traditional. This isn't traditional propulsion either. Like we're so caught up in the whole traditional way of things get from point A to point B, thrust.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that when
This
they
is
talk about things, huh?
Oh, I'm
Huh?
saying this is why I'm giving. This is why I'm naming. I'm telling people to look into this stuff because I'm giving the most. This is as 2024 what they're actually using. It's in use like these platforms and the damn. I'm gonna show you a whole lot more. I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, you'll see in a minute. You'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah, but
You'll
I
see.
mean, yeah, there's like I think they drop things like the TR3B as a hint, and I
Yeah,
honestly feel that shit like the TR3B is in the dust. Like that's old. That's as far as my brain could fucking maneuver that right there. That's as
yeah.
big as my brain could get is with the TR3B, and even the TR3B, I don't even fully understand. I don't. I
Yeah.
don't. I don't
Well,
know how the
you know,
fuck they take mercury. Like I don't know how the hell they take mercury, spin it around, or add electricity to it and make it do crazy things. Like I didn't. That doesn't. My
well,
mind doesn't. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't fucking get it.
I'm
It
gonna tell
doesn't
you
make
something.
sense to me.
Look, I'm gonna tell you real quick. So if you get
Mm,
full of mercury in a vacuum like glass tube, something that can
hmm
handle pressures up to like 10 to the fourth or 10 to the sixth power. Okay.
Tend
And
to. You mean
what you
with pressure or without pressure? Where it's a
with
low
pressure.
pressure environment.
Yes, low pressure.
Okay.
Low pressure. Where
Okay. So
where
vacuum.
it's like a vacuum is sucking in on itself. Something that won't
Okay.
break at 10 to the sixth. And then
Oh.
what
Oh.
you
God
what you
damn.
have what you have is you have a little electrode that's a little bitty hole, and you send this little electrode in there that the tip of it, right, is in the pool of mercury. It's just in the pool
hmm
of mercury. And it's a little bitty hole so you can seal it up right where it handles the vacuum pressures. And that little electrode that goes in there, right, you're going to hit it with about 50 to 70,000 volts, just one shot, right? And the
hmm
part that's in the vacuum, see, all the uh, all the mercury vapor is above the pool of mercury now. Okay, so
hmm
this mercury vapor isn't like regular vapor. It never it never goes old. It cannot.
Okay.
That mercury will last forever. Now, when you hit
Mm.
that and you ignite that vapor that's in the mercury pool, what you've done is you've
Right.
created a plasma arc. It's called a mercury arc rectifier. So you get all your energy that will, whatever, however big, you can make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So this energy that's coming from the mercury arc rectifier, right? That's
Right.
where you're probably getting your power. You don't have to have like a nuclear engine, or you don't have to have uh, solar power. You use that power that's being
Right.
generated from the plasma. Yeah, it's an arc. It creates an
Mm.
arc of plasma. Yeah, that's kind of what I was showing you a
Shit.
little while back. Yeah, on your
hmm
show that time. But it wasn't mercury. It
Okay.
was just it was
Yeah. Mercury
magnets and all
has
that.
some. Yeah. Mercury has some very strange qualities. Um. I don't even know how the fuck they get
I
mercury
don't either.
I don't even know where they find it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just I don't even know. I don't even know how the fuck they make these things work. I don't know how to make these things function. And to
Hey
me,
man, let me tell you what.
it's
T-
yeah,
let me tell you
it's
something.
just miraculous that they can do these things. But it appears that they can.
Yeah, man. You can tell you something that was weird. I didn't find out till just recently. Do you know? You know
Hmm.
who? Um. Damn, he just came back on. They could let him get his YouTube channel back. Uh, is that Italian guy?
Mm.
Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
what I
Richie
found
from
out?
Boston.
No, no, no. Damn, I forget. He's got a little. He's an older guy. He's got the white beard, and it talks Sergey, like Sergey from Italy. I forget his name. Anyway,
I
man.
know Richie
So
from Boston.
so we come to find out, we seem to be the fifth iteration of human-like beings. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the four the four races before us, the four
Mm-hmm.
types of humans before us were bigger, right? These are what people call
Mm-hmm.
the giants and the Nephilim and all that. Well,
Mm-hmm.
check this out. You know, all of the like buildings we talk about, we really they're like instruments. They were used to harness energy and all that. And then there
Mm-hmm.
was the older iteration, like the third people that were bigger that built all the pyramids and stuff like that. And then there was like an even
Mm-hmm.
older, all these cities that are buried like 800 foot below the surface of where we live. Well, um,
Mm-hmm.
so come to find out, under all these big pyramids, like in China and Bosnia and America, there seem to be these rivers of mercury, or let's call them pools. There are pools of
Mm-hmm.
mercury, and the all the Chinese, they were little soldiers.
Pyramids.
They were like,
Oh, the
well, they're
terracotta, little buried terracotta
terracotta.
joints.
Yes,
Right.
yes. So when they first found out about that buried way under there, well, it was this chamber that supposedly is like a booby trap. If you fucked around and did something wrong, you would fall into a big pool of mercury. Well,
Mm-mm.
they were, yeah, they were like 6 foot deep and like 15 foot
Mm-mm.
long. That was like six of them. These pools of mercury. Well, this is where supposedly they are getting a lot of mercury from. But there was in two or three different sites under the pyramids there were pools of mercury. So they were used
Mm-hmm.
for something like maybe energy or harvesting. But
Mm.
yeah, what we can do with mercury vapor now is quite impressive, and it can pull a lot of plasma arc power there. Uh, but yeah, man.
Which to me, it just blows my mind because I don't even
Yeah,
think like many of us, the majority of us know other than what mercury. The reason we would use mercury or see mercury would be traditionally is in a glass thermometer. Outside of that, or a barometer. Outside of that, people really don't know what to do with mercury.
I don't even know what
We
what
wouldn't know what
mercury
to do.
is. But you know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
what really is it? Some type of metal, but it seems to absorb other metals and
Mm-hmm.
like turn them into itself, which is quite impressive. I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well,
Mm-hmm.
check this out. I'm gonna pick up some more reading, man. If you want to stick around, I'm gonna read a couple more of these sections right here, and um,
Yeah, man.
and I'll show you this technology. I'm gonna drop a few links, and we're gonna watch a couple videos of that just to show people
Yeah.
that space may be a whole lot more crowded than we think. Um, and I'm gonna drop some more evidences for that. So yeah, man.
Mm.
All right. Yes, sir. Here we go. Here we go. Section number 8. It says, and remember, all this research I'm doing is merged in with the biodigital convergence and the biosensors and 6G terahertz. So we got to keep that in mind. Like, it's not just the space safety stuff I'm talking about. It's why they're, what they are able to do from that level to down here and in between, like
Mm-hmm.
with this 6G stuff. And when I say a lot of this is listed as ISR, it's intelligence, reconnaissance, and surveillance. So a lot of these high altitude platforms, that's what they're doing. They're able to monitor. And when I say digital twin, it's not just the individuals, it's not just bio, it's like digital twin. Basically, what they're doing is scanning real time what's down below and being able to access that. So from 100,000 feet up from one of these platforms, they can tell you just by picking up your algorithm, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security and the National Institute of Health. Like they can read your algorithm from up there by pointing a 6G terahertz millimeter wave at you, right? And they can pinpoint if you're sitting down, standing up, laying on the floor. Like that kind of digital twin is what I mean. And that kind of, right, reconnaissance and surveillance. So it's not playtime anymore. Like these motherfuckers have got us on lockdown. And that's what they're doing with a lot of these high altitude platforms now. And uh, when I speak of the type of military equipment and simulation and what they can do with quantum tunneling is they can put on a headset wherever in the world, and just by the, let's say you are now considered a domestic terrorist, right? As these drones are autonomous, Skynet, right, just flying around. Well, this guy can dial you up and say, hey, where is this algorithm located at this point, right? Type in your, your overall algorithmic, metrics or telemetry that you gave to the models, and they can locate you just by asking about your algorithm. And then, a circling drone can be like, okay, well, let me find him and pinpoint him with this 6G little terahertz wave, and he's right here. Okay, well, if they got the exact coordinates, latitude, longitude, altitude, all of that, elevation, the guy that puts on this headset, which is a brain to a computer interface, they can now quantum tunnel into your biofield. And this is no bullshit. I got all the fucking documents. They can dial in to your algorithm and they can look through your fucking eyes. Doubt me on that shit. I guarantee you I'll bring it all to you, bro. Not talking to you, but it's that serious now. Like they have got us on lockdown at such a point that, they can, if you're considered a domestic terrorist, they got something called a kill chain in the kill box. And as long as they got your information, that little millimeter wave that they can, pinpoint you with, that's all they need, bro. You're dead. They ain't got to send no bombs, nothing like that. They can fuck up your algorithmic, create a heart attack if they want. Is that real? But anyway, I digress, man. All right, let's get into section 8, man. Biosensor applications in space safety. I think we went into some of this already. Technological integration. Okay, so now, okay. The advent of wearable biosensors marks a significant leap in astronaut health monitoring, enhancing safety and mission success in both short and long duration missions. The compendium elaborates on this, and we know what astronaut means, low Earth orbit. All right. Number 1, technological integration. Modern biosensors like the Canadian Space Agency Biomonitor System. It's a smart garment with real-time physiological monitoring capabilities. Have been designed for continuous, unobtrusive use aboard the ISS and future habitats, which we know the ISS is pretty fucking low, low Earth orbit. All right, so number 2, metrics monitored. These systems monitor heart rate, blood pressure, respiration, blood oxygen saturation, skin temperature, and movement, including during sleep and exercise. Keep that in mind. Let me repeat. Including during sleep and exercise, with integrated software for secure data transfer to ground-based medical teams. Now, what that is saying, you guys, is exactly what I was just mentioning. This new type of, yeah, we've got your algorithm in our databases. They mean that shit. Like they can monitor everything. And your I think if I read right in some of these research papers I read, I think if they monitor, they've got their biosensors on you or in you for 10 minutes, they can come down to a very conclusive, what they would call your algorithm, you know, and then they could put you on these telehealth monitoring things like, hey, are you cool with us putting our technology inside you? It's nanotech now, it's breathable. You could throw that shit up in the air like LeBron James does, and the baby powder and breathe that shit in. Now they've got their technology in you, and that's called intra-body networks. All right, I digress. Let me go back to this. Okay, sorry about that. Let me get back here. Okay. The compendium describes how the biomonitor leverages embedded sensors, edge computing modules, and encrypted wireless telemetry, directly linking the spacecraft safety critical systems under FAA and NASA software validation plans. Meaning, if you want to go up to our hotels in the sky, you have to agree to these validation plans. Really, they already got it. They don't need it. It's just a front, right? Okay, number 3, autonomous and AI assisted analyses. Advanced biosensor, Advanced biosensor systems leverage AI for pattern recognition, anomaly detection, and preemptive alerts, minimizing medical emergencies through predictive analytics and supporting autonomous medical operations during communication blackouts or latency limited periods. Keep that in mind, you guys. That couldn't be more important than what is coming through these telehealth systems that you probably have already agreed to by, checking off like, just happenstance. Oh, yeah, I agree to their terms of service. So they got us, I'm telling you. But anyway, listen. Okay. Number 5, broader implications. Besides supporting health and life safety, biosensor technology is positioned to enable personalized countermeasure protocols, stress/fatigue management, and closed loop environmental control based on crew biometrics, all critical for the planned moon to Mars and commercial low Earth orbit habitats. You guys, check it out, man. All right, let's move down a little bit. And you can jump in at any time and ask questions if y'all want. All right, table, notable biosensor systems and their relevance for these if you would like to go up to low Earth orbit habitats one day. Let me move down. Okay, so I'm going to name the system first. Why is this acting crazy? Excuse me. 1 second, you guys. I swear this thing jumps around like crazy. All right, I'm going to name the system first, and then we will talk about the application, data channels, integration, and notes. All right, the system, CSA biomonitors. Write that down. CSA biomonitors. The application is astronaut health monitoring. Or if you would like to, go up to their hotels one day, and you also will have telemetry readings, let's say, from your intra-body networks. Okay. And like I say, if you travel with these future biosensors and stuff, like from one ground-based network to, let's say, jet stream height, if you want to go up in a hot air balloon one day, you will, if you have these biosensors either embedded as an intra-body network or just wearables like, Fitbit, stuff like that, your network will change as you go up in height, and that's all because of these type of regulations and networks that you will either have a digital ID for or a digital twin type of network. But anyway, I digress. So these data channels are called ECGs, or your, SpO2, your blood pressure, your temperature, respiration, so on and so forth. Integration is the biometric smart shirt edge compute type of technology, which is smart garments, which are already a normal thing. Notes they list here is commercial versions, hexoskin, they call it, HEXO skin. It's used in research and remote medicine. Okay, the next system in this notable biosensor systems and relevance. Wearable sensor arrays, which I just mentioned. Applications is EVA. I'm not sure what that means, but you can look it up. Exercise and stress monitoring. Okay, so exercise type of, yeah. AI analyze vital signs is data channel. Integration ties to onboard communications or safety. And the note says supported by NASA or biosensor networks for future missions or future trips. You don't have to be an astronaut. You will be able to go up and do these things. But you will have to agree to being part of this type of biosensor system that you will agree to if you want to go up to their hotels. So this system is a space wearable integration, which is the application is daily or long duration missions, secured wireless edge and cloud computing channels, and the integration will be with safety protocols, so on and so forth, or just studies. And the notes here is it enables provocative health and emergency management. So the end notes for this section, the compendium notes that software and firmware handling on the biosensor data must meet the same rigorous validation standards as other safety critical systems, tying directly to regulatory requirements for system reliability, data integrity, and privacy. So this is just as the future meets us, in these times. So look forward to those kind of regulatory biosensor networks if you want to go up there. All right, moving on to section 10. Is there any questions before I move on to the next section? If not, I will keep reading. And I'm going to move kind of quick through this. All right, number 11. Sorry, I got to go up. Oh, why is it stopping? Okay, section 10, spectrum management and edge computing, spectrum access and real-time distributed data processing are dual pillars, enabling both operational safety and future expansion of space-based and high-altitude platforms enabled biosensor/6G networks. So this is spectrum management and edge computing. Regulatory oversight and tools, the FAA, the FCC, and NTIA increasingly require advanced frequency management plans for all launches, with operators obligated to monitor, adapt, and enforce frequency allocation throughout mission life cycles. So if you're going up just for a couple of days or a couple months, you have to meet and stay connected to the oversight tools. Space Launch Frequency Coordination Portal. New federal portals, such as the NTIA Managed Tool, facilitate cross-agency multi-actor frequency allocation, especially in congested bands, critical for satellite communications and direct-to-device rollouts. Keep that in mind. Do your own research, people. Direct to device rollouts. Edge computing in orbit, enabled by advances in satellite-based computing arrays. China's three-body constellation. That's a type of example. Look it up. China's three-body constellation. Edge compute in orbits. Edge nodes process, filter, fuse, and sometimes act on sensor or biosensor data prior to downlink, reducing transmission latencies, conserving power, and enabling autonomy in space or underserved regions. Okay, on to the next. Implications for biosensor and safety, whatever that means. Implications for, okay. For astronaut physiological monitoring and safety and analytics, edge computing enables closed loop health intervention, automated emergency command, or environmental adjustment, even when ground control is unavailable due to latency, blackout, or spectrum denial. So whatever that means, that's kind of deep there. I'm going to move on here. Okay, this is a type of, these are examples. This is a table. So this table is high altitude platforms or Department of Defense systems. Stop jumping around, motherfucker. Excuse my language. Okay, here's the table. First, the platform system, and then the role, purpose, and reference and status. So JLENS, JLENS, legacy, whatever that means. It's the name of it. The role is over the horizon missile defense. Purpose is surveillance, reconnaissance, and intelligence gathering. Reference and status is canceled, is the reference. Status is lessons applied to current research and development. Okay, this platform is high altitude platform -DS. So you have to look into that. Well, oh, deep sensing, my bad. So some of the examples are these are acronyms. ELINT or COMINT, and it's a radar. But those two were acronyms. Experimentation, okay? Ongoing is the reference, and RFI issued radio frequency intelligence, radio frequency inference. I'm not sure. RFI was issued July 2024. Okay, the next platform is high altitude platform. Helios is the acronym, HELIOS. It's survivable sensor suite on stratospheric platforms. Now, guys, you gotta remember a lot of my stuff I put on my posts on YouTube. Stratospheric aerosol injections is the scientific term for chemtrails, and it's just the height. Stratospheric just means the height. But the role and purpose of Helios is for that reason. Survivable sensor suite, basically testing at certain altitudes on stratospheric platforms. Guys, the stratosphere goes from pretty low to pretty fucking high. So if they have platforms up there spraying aerosol injections, yeah, they're probably doing some pretty gnarly experiments up there of what, probably one, where are all these aerosols going to fall? Two, what type of metamaterials, right, are they dropping? I would say the type of sensors and intra-body network stuff that, falls, and I don't know how to say it on YouTube, but the shit that grows in your skin and rhymes with schmantana. Yeah, schmantanas. Things that drop from way up there and grow. They self-reproduce, and they rhyme with the, let's just say, jibby jabs, and the type of self-reproducing. I don't know how much more obvious I can make it. All right. So the reference to what this experimentation is they're doing up there is phase 1 underway. Reference, that's the reference and status. Multi-platform experimentation is in 2024. Next type of platform is solar aircraft / drones. That's the type of system. Okay, role and purpose, persistent loiter. So they just persistently hang out up there. Wide area surveillance and communications is their purpose. Reference and status, open platform philosophy, whatever that means. Ongoing Army SOCOM collaboration. That's their status. And the reference is Army SOCOM. That's their acronym, SOCOM. All right. Airships and hybrid LTA is the next type of platform and system. I'll say it again. Airship / hybrid LTA. Role and purpose, heavy lift logistics, in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and communications backhaul. Reference and status, Lockheed Martin Heritage, AT2 Aerospace Z1. Okay. Within the DoD context, high altitude platforms represent both an extension of persistent surveillance into contested environments and a means of reconstituting lost or degraded space and terrestrial communications capabilities. So that's the end of that section. Any questions before I move on? I will move on. Section 7 says Lockheed Martin. Okay, this is Lockheed Martin AT2 division programs. The compendium identifies the Advanced Technology and Training Division of Lockheed Martin spinoff as central to high-performance airship developments, heritage and technology lineage. AT2 Aerospace's Z1 hybrid airship directly originated from 2 decades of Lockheed Martin research and development, including the P-791 demonstrator developed with DARPA. Number 2, technical features. The Z1 combines helium-based aerostatic lift with aerodynamic lifts from its hull, vectored thrust for vertical takeoff and landing, fly-by-wire automated stabilization, air cushion landing gear for all-terrain operations, and optimized hydrogen propulsion for zero emissions profile. Its modularity and payload capacity over 23 tons with seating for 19 passengers is suited for both defense logistics and remote infrastructure support over and remote infrastructure support. Okay, what is it saying? Over monthly average, whatever that means, over monthly average. Okay. Number 3, operational context. While designed with commercial logistics in mind, the airship's flexibility and deployment agility are noted as valuable for dual use, defense and civilian, disaster response, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and communications relay in denied or post-disaster environments. Number 4, ecosystem integration. AT2's platforms inheriting critical know-how from Lockheed Martin's hybrid airship and persistent surveillance programs align with Army and national aspirations to deploy a varied family, in quotations, of high altitude platforms for multi domain sensing and operations. All right, guys, give me a break. I'm going to come back to chat and take a sip of water. Lockheed Martin AT2 division. Sorry, let me get down here. Trying to get back to where when I come back, it'll be easy for me. My computer is a bitch. Technology integration metrics monitored analyses. Sorry, guys, again. Okay, section 8, biocentric. Okay, let me minimize this and all right. I am talking to myself because I have 0 people watching right now. Okay. Brenda's a Karen. Time to block a user for the first time. I am thinking, Brenda, damn, why do you make so many people want to block you, bro? Quantum tunnel into your biofield is total bullshit, Russell. Oh, yeah, this guy is definitely paid. Yeah. You can't tell me something's bullshit when I've done deep research, homeboy, or homegirl, whatever. Everything I don't like is a Karen. I don't doubt it. Dude, no one is watching you at all. That's cool. No one has to watch me, homie. I enjoy teaching and speaking the truth of what my research turns up. Yeah, man. Person's turquoise. Riding headphones, yep. All right, let's take a sip of my drink. It's gonna be a long night because I'm gonna be up talking all to myself, Brenda. And guess what? I don't give a fuck, homie. You don't have to be here to listen. That's the great part. Oh yeah. Ooh, that water's delicious. All right, you guys, let's listen to a little bump and grind music right quick, and I'm gonna take a short break. Coming from DJ RG, the artist. Let me find something groovy for Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Yes, sir. I will return. What's good? What's good? I work in the house, man. What's up?
What's going on, man?
Yeah,
Yo, I've been sitting here. I've been sitting here
yeah.
for a minute, man. You just totally, yeah.
Man, hey, look, man. I have this thing like I got to make it large screen where I can see where the where the thing is. Anyway, man, sorry about that.
Hmm.
I thought I
It's
didn't
all good,
know.
man.
How did you get off? Like, how
What you mean?
did it did it
What you mean?
take you off
Oh
on
yeah, I
accident?
lost. Yeah, it just lost me, and then I came back. But as I came back, like yeah, like when I tried to come back in, like I was not allowed in,
Okay,
or it's not even I
it's
was
because
allowed
I
in. I
wasn't
was
locked in.
backstage.
Yeah, my bad, bro. Yeah, I did. I got to
All
learn
good.
to do like half screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can hear though
So yeah,
what I
so
was.
basically, a lot of what you were reading, man, it's going to have the basics, man. Electronics intelligence capabilities, where it reads certain, or it could basically passively listen to signals that are within a certain frequency range, right? And usually that's what it would look for. And then comment is basically the same thing, but at a lower frequency range. So ELINT is electronics intelligence. That actually used to be my bread and butter. And then comment is communications intelligence. So that's lower band stuff and stuff where
Right,
obviously communications back and forth is involved.
right,
But it's more
right.
the
So
listening aspect of it all.
yes, and so I don't know if you got a hold of any of the stuff I had put out there, like different branches of the
No.
military and Space Force with their warfare
Right.
doctrines of electromagnetic warfare. So
Hmm.
this is their doctrines of
Oh,
what
it's spectrum.
they're
It
able
basically
to
is spectrum
spectrum.
management.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
it's
so
yeah.
what they're merging with, why I do a lot of my research, is to point out what 6G really is and what they're monitoring within that radio frequency range, and you know
Mm.
different spectrums. But 6G is specifically terahertz range, right?
Six
So
G.
this is
No.
so the
Uh-uh.
terahertz
It's in the gig. It's 6G is gigahertz. It's
gigahertz to
gigs.
terahertz, right? Right. It
Yeah.
goes up. It goes way up. But
Oh yeah.
this is
Okay.
why it's so different from this is like the main thing tera or gigahertz were like 5G, right? Like a lot of the newer kind of newer stuff, but a little bit older. And then
Mm-hmm.
now that the 6G, this is why it's so beneficial for high altitude platforms, because
Mm-hmm.
they can send over long range, like in millimeter waves, like that scale, millimeters waves, like
Mm-hmm.
a direct pinpoint. Um, and that's how they're good at this intelligence gathering and surveillance nowadays. Um,
Mm.
and so, yeah, they're super good. So these warfare doctrines is a lot of work that I've been doing on the back end, like this biosensor and 6G stuff. This is what I'm about to drop a shitload of to the public because I don't see it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, and it's the original documents, right? That I
Uh-huh.
draw my research from, and then I, get AI to help me out with my questions and you know what's not answered in these documents, up to the
Mm-hmm.
extent of what they can give me without getting
Mm-hmm.
too deep into
Okay.
the technology. But the autonomous systems, the drones, the unmanned things that are flying around up there that can't
Right.
sustain more than so many pounds of pressure. The Machs up a certain speed, it has to be autonomous. Without
Mm.
humans
Oh,
inside.
right. You can't have a person in there doing all their maneuvers. Right. I got what you're saying.
Yeah. So a lot of the stuff that I look at as far as these amateur astronomers, what they're picking up and the speeds that what I'm seeing and what no one can kind of explain is explained thoroughly through my research, and through these documents, and through Skynet and all
Mm-hmm.
that shit. Like I go deep, bro, as far as they'll let me go, with but let me put on this video. I'm gonna let you watch it with me right quick, instead of me reading
Yeah.
so much, and tell me what you think of this technology, bro, that I was telling you about earlier. Let me go get the video right quick. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see, share screen, but I'll be here. Like I can hear you. I just want to pull up one of these videos I watched earlier.
Mm.
Uh, yeah, some of this fabrics and stuff is pretty cool. Let's see, go to my
Mm.
history.
Yeah, I've seen something similar to that when I was playing Ghost Recon, right? Back, what was this? This was like 15 years ago or so. I was playing Ghost
Uh,
Recon, Tom Clancy's, and they had this. We've had this cloaking technology for quite some time, where it was like a fabric, some old Harry Potter type stuff.
yeah,
Yeah, we've had
yeah,
this for quite some time, man. We've had it for a while,
yeah,
and you know how it is,
yeah,
man. They give it to the
yeah,
military first, let them try it out, fuck it up, break it, and everything else,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
they give it to high end civilian folks, and then they look at how they can disperse it amongst civilian populations, right? Regular folks like me and you that have a little bit of money, that might have a little bit of money, and then
yeah,
but my thing is, what would be the practical use of it for regular civilians?
yeah.
What, I have
Right,
no
right.
idea, but that's where their imaginations come to play, and then for kids shows and for special effects and stuff like that, I'm sure they could find some kind of use for it. But typically, that would be like the lion's share of that type of technology would typically go to like military folks or high-end cutting-edge military people like SOCOM. When you've seen SOCOM, that means Special Operations Command. Army SOCOM is Special Operations Command. Usually that encompasses SEALs. And when it comes to SOCOM, Special
Yeah.
Operations, and they say SEALs, it doesn't have to be just Army, right? Even though the Army
Right.
is the overarching umbrella for it, it could encompass SEALs, and it would like mean Delta Force for the most part. So it's a
Yeah. Delta.
combination of SEALs,
Yeah.
Marines, SEALs,
Yeah.
Marine, Force Recon, Army Green Berets, and stuff like that. And then they just throw them in a big old mishmash pit so they can try all that stuff out, all that new shit out.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can't wait to see, man. Like, I mean, I think that I want to be right so bad, but man, I can't wait to see the shit that is up there, bro. That I would love to, before I fucking die, I would love to take a trip above the weather, the jet streams, and just go like
Mm-hmm.
to some weird ass hotel in the sky, bro. That would be so badass, man. And I would understand why they would want to keep a lot of that on the hush hush, because
Right.
as of right now, I'm sure they are using it for a lot of, ways to, because they ain't gonna just use something or do something and merge like these technologies just for like one purpose. They're gonna get as much as they can out of it. Like, so if they're building something, they got these platforms up there. Of course, they're gonna want it for, uh, if they're doing digital twin and like they got whole digital twin layouts, like looking down on a city in real time, they can have a digital twin city and see what everybody's doing at the same exact time. It's called dispersing simulations. There's something called TENA, TENA. This is real life mock-up, like real time, to where a branch of, just say a unit, somebody's unit's going in and they need simulation to where they can use robots, but I mean, down to the millisecond, everything has to be perfect, right? And they can use this technology to where, it ain't just, snapping pictures and updating it every once in a while. No. It's a digital twin. It's tied to you, like to you. Yeah, that's what digital twins are. Not just people, but locations, cars, whatever. But Tenna is the most advanced, newest, simulation abilities for Space Force or whoever's, I don't know what the fuck Space Force does, but anyway.
Me, you know what? Me neither. I don't fucking know. But I was sitting right there when the message came across that Trump. This is in like 2017. Trump was like, "Yeah, but we're making Space Force," and I saw the message. I was like, "Wow, that's not a fucking joke. They're making this fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's not a joke."
Yeah, they got a lot of shit going on too. I just don't. Well, listen, bro. Let me be honest with you, man. I've just been feeling like pressure on my shoulders lately. Like I don't want to bring up space stuff to the foundry because I feel like, I don't care what people think really, but I don't want. I mean, I do care what people think. I don't want people to. I want to bring stuff, my research and receipts. I don't want to just say it and then people be like, "Oh man, it's bullshit." Space is fake.
Right.
There's a lot going on, but yeah, let me play this right quick. Check this out.
Senses are the way humans experience the world, and while they are powerful, they are limited to what we can perceive in our immediate vicinity. But what if we gave our networks the ability to sense, to become aware of our environments, the people and objects within it, to be our digital sixth sense? With this capability, we can map digital versions of the physical world, allowing us to interact beyond our immediate vicinity, extending our senses to every point the network touches.
6G is the next iteration of the wireless communication standard. Nokia Bell Labs has identified 6 key aspects of the new standard, of which network as a sensor one of the major ones. 6G sensing will be an additional service provided by the 6G network in addition to communication, where the network by itself can detect people, objects, the physical environment itself, similar to a radar, but without dedicated radar signaling required.
In real time, no lag, like constant, not something like, you know what I mean? This is China in America. Yeah. And look at it like this. Look at it like this. If you were in your house, right? And you know, somebody all of a sudden was like, oh shit, we got some new shit that this dude's posting on his social media. Yeah, he's definitely a domestic terrorist. Hey man, get that fucking headset on and let's find this dude, right? You can't see through walls. You can't, you know, you don't know where people are, right? How do you find somebody?
Right.
You have no clue. What would be the first step you would think if somebody thought you were a domestic terrorist? How would they find you? You would have to go looking like old school. You'd have to go looking, knocking on doors like, hey man, have you seen Russ lately? You know, and track somebody down like that. You know, no. Now it's full spectrum. And if you just happen to be you know, working outside and you were sweating, you know, and you always see these weird clouds in the sky and things are always falling. It looks like you know, and they just happen to land on you, you know, and you go take a hot shower and something.
Ooh, you're fucked.
You got, you know, like fiberglass or something. You can get that shit in you. Now you're part of a intra-body network. You have things that you didn't invite into your body. You didn't invite them. They just are there now. Well, I don't want to scare people or not like fear factor. Nothing. I'm saying the technology they have nowadays is full spectrum and they can see right through the walls and they will find you because, you know, you have a biofield that puts out certain frequencies. You have a, you know, what's called, you know, bio, what do you call it? Like your bioelectricity, it's basically your aura.
Your field, you know? Your electric field.
It's your field, right? And you have an algorithm that is very specific to you, you know, on a normal basis, you know, and once that's read and let's just say they have it in the system, you know, man, they can just, you know, send some waves. Oh shit, there he is, man. Get that drone over here, man. Knock him out right quick. You know, he's a threat to the system. You know, get rid of him. I'm saying that's like 1984 type of shit, but it's not fake. It is real technology they got now. People got to realize that, man. Yeah, let me play the rest of this.
We are at the Arena 2036 Industrial Research Facility, where we have deployed our prototype system for joint communication and sensing. The signal is being sent out and it's being reflected, at least in parts, by the environment, including the robot itself. The reflected signal is being processed in the sensing processing unit, where we can obtain the distance, range and reflective strength of the robot, which we then visualize in the radar view on the screen. From that reconstruction, we extract the objects of interest. So we can then detect people, cars, static objects such as parked trucks. We detect their range, their velocity. That kind of list of objects can then be used in a multitude of ways depending on the scenario we are trying to serve. That information is available in real time with a very short latency of about 20 milliseconds. Nokia Bell Labs is working with Bosch to explore real-world use cases in industrial environments and traffic scenarios.
6G sensing could be used in an industrial setting where it would track the location of every robot machine or human in the building. 6G sensing tracks the locations of objects, regardless of whether they have a direct connection to the network. By recognizing the presence of people, heavy machinery could stop operating temporarily when a human approaches, preventing potential collisions. Importantly, 6G sensing can't determine people's identities, maintaining privacy, but it can determine if they are sitting, standing, or walking.
Other possible applications of this technology are for outdoor deployments, drone detection or weather sensing, for indoor or industrial deployments, worker safety improvement or intrusion detection, and finally, improvement of the communication performance of the network itself.
6G can give us the ability to fuse the human, physical, and digital world. And by expanding our awareness beyond our nearby surroundings, we are building a safer and more productive environment for all.
So they say. Okay, man. We stop on this one. Yeah, dude. And yeah, it's not just, it shows in this video, of a like a certain position, like like a helicopter was flying over something, that kind of view. But bro, when you start getting into stronger and stronger commercial uses, you know what I mean? Like these things get stronger and stronger, and they get better and better. They're able to give real time, and that's very important to the simulations that are going to be like the future of gaming, future of like you're going to be able to go on vacation without leaving your house. That kind of simulation, feeling the warmth on your skin from these biosensors and type of shit. That kind of like it's just it's going to have its rewards, but that's only for those that are getting in early on the technology. Buying up cheap stocks right now. They're going to get rich off that stuff. People that got the inside scoop. But what my purpose here is, and I'm just going to be doing more and more of this. I feel like is my duty. Like I need to. Like, but my thing is, I want people to realize that it's not just some movie, right? That's got some sci-fi script. Like, cool. They make movies about it, but it's not fake. You know what I mean? I don't want people to think it's fake. Now, what certain spectrums that we're able to, we need to be able to differentiate what's above our head, right? So I would encourage anybody to learn about different spectral readings that you get from certain cameras, or if you can buy attachments for your telescope, or there's even one of these guys, I'll put his link, he'll show you how to take the chips out of your cameras and technology, to where there's not some interruption. You're going straight from what you see to what you get, not an intermediary to change or add anything or take away anything from what you're looking at in the sky. But what it seems to be, what I've noticed, is there's a lot of things in the infrared spectrum and ultraviolet spectrums that you don't see, but with your eyes, and
yeah, you ain't never gonna see none of that shit with your eyes.
no, they've got some pretty sophisticated things. And I do think, this, just so everybody's clear on my stance, I do believe that a lot of this stuff is man-made, and we've just found ways of, building up this technology. Now, sure, maybe there's some weird, creatures somewhere and that have crashed, and we've got, trades for, I don't know, maybe possibly. But it seems to be a lot of shit up in our atmosphere. I think maybe also there might be a lot of creatures that are bioluminescent, like in our oceans up there, and that kind of fluid, you know what I mean? Which is maybe some kind of possibility as well. Maybe that's why they're in they're lighting up, but and maybe that's why these motherfuckers go so fast and they turn. Maybe they mold as they, you know what I mean? Maybe they don't have brains. And they're just flying around. They're enjoying their life, down here, not thinking about us weird humans, Maybe. Who knows? Who knows, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm gonna play one more video of this technology. Tell me what you think about this.
Yeah,
shit.
man.
It's pretty cool stuff. Let me where can I post this. Can I drop this file for you that I'm reading off of? It's got a lot. I'll tell you what. I'll just post it on my. I'll post it on my account. Yeah, man. I'm gonna play this song right,
Yeah,
or I'm gonna play this
yeah.
video, and
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
post this while I play this
All right.
video. All right, all right. What do you think about you? Did you grow up listening to Outkast, man?
Outcast was all right. They were all right. They were
Yeah.
kind of new when I was yeah, because they were okay, and it was I was getting out of college and I was getting ready to join the service when Outcast was like kind of bumping hard.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? No, I take that back. When Outcast was when they first came out, I was like a junior in high school.
Uh,
That's when they were and they were singing "Who's That Creeping in My Window?" Wow. It was like the Outcast and somebody else. I forgot who. It was
okay.
two groups from the South at the time. They were from Georgia.
Yeah.
And they were
It might
good.
have
They were
been.
all right.
It might have been Lil Jon
The Goody
Eastside
Mob.
Boy.
Goody Mob.
Ready
It
Mob.
was the
There you
Goody
go.
Mob.
Okay.
Outcast and the Goody Mob. That's who it was. And they were all right. They were good, I was like, okay,
Okay.
a little
All
different.
right. Check it out. Look, I'm gonna play something you haven't heard. I bet, or I'm not to say for sure, but because you might. But this is like in '96 or '97. So yeah,
Hmm.
you might not have heard of this one, but yeah, I'm gonna play a song. I'm gonna download that on my post. That way you can grab that and see how much that it's how much of this research that most people probably ain't heard of, but you might not even heard of. So yeah, man. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bump this song and then yeah.
I ain't never heard this.
All right. Oh, I got I have bumped. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. Let me close this one out right here. Oh, there. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. We're back in action. All right, young man. Yeah, you said you hadn't heard that one? Oh, can you hear me there, Vlad? Hey, yo, Vlad, you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, loud and clear now. Loud and clear.
All right.
Yeah, I've been trying to do,
Yeah.
on my laptop. I'm not used to um posting my posts. I do it on my phone. Yeah, I can do it on my phone. Okay. Yeah. All right. Glad you're still with me, brother. I don't usually stay up this late on lives anyway. So
Oh yeah, man. I'm here, homie. I'm out
so this
the house. Just stepped
okay.
outside the house just to look at the smoke leave my chimney. I went ahead and fucking put my wood burning stove in action. Got that thing up and running. I had to go ahead and change out man. I just been working my ass off at this house. Had to change out some old corrugated pipe and shit just because the old one had all this damn gunk in it, fucking smoking up my whole goddamn house and everything, man.
Oh shit. That ain't good.
Yeah, but this place warm, hot than a motherfucker, boy. Boy, I just doing 2 pieces of wood in this bitch, boy. I tell you, man, a goddamn wood burning stove, man.
Yeah,
What a godsend these things are. I tell you.
man, bro. I lived in the mountains where right before I broke my neck, bro. I lived
Mm.
up on top of Germany Mountain in the Appalachian, right in the Appalachians, and
Oh,
Germany
okay.
Mountain. Yeah, look it up, bro. I think
Germany.
well, anyway, I used to live up right on top, and you could overlook into one of the valleys and over and anyway, I used to have a wood burning stove, and yeah, that motherfucker when it got cooking.
Woo,
But it,
man, I'm telling
yeah,
you.
up in the top, there was a little loft, like a little landing, like a, you go up the steps, a little landing that overlooks the living room, and then a little bedroom up in there. Man, bro,
Hmm.
dude, yeah, cooking,
Yeah,
for sure.
man, I'm telling you, these things are. Whew, man. I'm like, man, what have I been doing my whole life? Like, shit, should have had this thing instead of a damn fireplace whole time.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. You moved not too long ago, so you liking your
Yeah,
new place? Yeah,
yeah, I like it. I like it. Love it, actually.
good, man. It's good.
I love
It's
it,
always
man.
good to start out on a good note, and that's what's up.
Yeah, man. Take good care of this place, man. This place is taking good care of me. So, uh,
Right.
yeah, yeah, man. It's a real good spot, man. Real good spot. But
I'm just
man,
looking over some of this stuff right here. I think what I'm gonna do
hmm
instead just reading all down the list. I what I did is I did a portion, of my research, and so it just breaks down. It's a thematic breakdown of a targeted analysis instead of going down by numbers here. Let me see,
mm,
civilian. I'm just doing a little breakdown. All right, so I'm gonna drop it in a post right quick, and then I'm gonna come back to it and finish up. And we'll look at a couple more videos about why I hear a lot of people asking, well, why don't we see a lot of stuff up there? It's I think it's a good indicator of, and I say that a good indicator of why we don't. Uh, Part of my research is because there's so many different ways, new ways that I don't think anybody even knows about. That's that the AI was even hesitant to even give me when I asked it. It's like, well, it's like that's a good question, but I don't know I can't really say too much. And so I had to choke it out of this fucking AI to get the good stuff out of it. So yeah, let me make this dump off right here, right quick, and I will be
hmm
back at it.
all right.
Hell yeah. So are you still in VA or in the VA area?
Something like that. Yeah, I'm in the area.
That's what's up. I
Yeah,
haven't even been that far north, bro. So I went to Indiana. That's as far north as I've been. Let's see.
Indiana.
Yeah, my grandparents lived there when I was a kid on my dad's side,
Oh,
so I
okay.
used to go up there. Yeah, I used to go up there. Um, and well, I was still pretty young. I was only like 12, 13. So yeah. All right, let's see. Let me go to my post here, and you can see my whole breakdown of where I'm getting all this information from. All
Hmm.
right, I am going to name this. I'm going to name this. I'll just say high altitude platforms. HAPS space. HAPS space. What is it? High altitude platform space adventure. I'm just gonna say adventure, just because I can say whatever the hell I want to on the shit. Man, I can't. Man, that dude was so rude, man. Interrupted every damn thing I was saying, man. All right, I dropped it on my post there for everybody, so y'all can take a look at that research, and we're just gonna go through a couple
You
more
talking
things
about
about
Brenda?
yeah, about brain. Yeah,
Mm.
Wild, man. I don't even know why I let that motherfucker on my show. Hell, I regret it now.
That yeah, that's. I saw you had Brenda up there. I was like, oh Lord, have mercy. Let me just go
Yeah,
ahead and
it
just
was.
let you deal with that yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I had to find out the hard way, I guess. I said, man, after this, I
I'm
said,
like,
damn shit. I said, I'll smash you, man. Hey, no problem. I'll smash your
fuck
ass in
that.
the debate, talking shit to you, and then damn, I couldn't even get two words
Yeah,
in
for
before.
like 3 minutes. Yeah,
Russ,
three
Ru,
minutes in,
Ru,
you're like, shit. I
yeah.
told you. I was like, all right.
Russell, I
Yeah,
was just trying to teach you. I was trying to teach you, Russell. Fuck that.
Russell, no, no, Russell,
Don't
no.
boot me. Give me a chance.
Yeah, no, Russell. Fuck you, Vicar. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Right?
Hey, bro. Dave. Hey,
Shut the
bro.
fuck up.
Take a
Shut up.
chill.
I got
Take a chill. Take a chill pill, bro. Now. Do you want me to take a chill pill, bro?
no
Because you are not a good representative of the flat Earth. Fuck
representator.
you, Vicar.
Yeah, that was wild that day. I said, boy, he's had some drinks. Came in hot. Coming in hot. Coming in hot.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. Hands on invisibility shield built. Nah, I want to go down to some of this new shit they got. Talking about how these metamaterials and cloaking physics. Yeah, hey, I dropped that in there, man, because I'm just looking through stuff right now. But you're more than welcome. It's got links and all that shit, so it's user friendly. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
Microwave cloaking demonstrations. How the fuck do they do that with microwave? Metamaterial lecture and XR display ties. Nano imprinting. Okay, I want to look at that one. All right. Yeah. Let me put this in my history. That way I can pull it up and we can watch it on the computer here. All right. Let's go down this way. All right. Just bear with me here one more second here. Just trying to get it in my history where I can go to my computer because I am on my phone at the moment. But why does this keep pausing? Hold on. There's something going on with my phone here. What? Thermal. Okay, my bad, bro. This is okay. Let me just get the name of it off my phone. That way I can just go straight to it here. This is. Oh my. Yeah, you tell I'm a rookie too, bro. I'm a rookie when it comes to this stuff. Okay, help me remember the name of this if you don't mind, bro. It's called Metamaterials Lecture and XR Display Ties. Metamaterial. I'm looking for that one now here. Because I got my phone and my laptop open at the same time. You know, you just don't understand, bro. Being a quad is tough doing this shit. I got my laptop in the bed while I'm leaned over on this fucking rail, pillow in between me, and trying to tap with my left hand and drag down this damn thing at the same time. It's not user friendly as a computer, but you know, you gotta get the. I got the good version. I didn't check it out for a month. Okay, meta surfaces. Okay, materials to meta surfaces for display and labels. What did I name that? Okay, what did I name that? Meta materials what? Multi-spectrum. Meta material glass. No, that's not it. Okay, threat model primer for multispectral surveillance. Short overview highlighting how modern sensors defeat classic camo. Good for stakes setting in your narrative. See what they do, bro. I've been doing this AI research for so damn long, right? that what it does is it every time I do research on what they call conversations for Copilot,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
I stay in that same conversation, right, and keep on pulling up more things like going to these lectures and so on and so forth. What it does is it
Mm-hmm.
tries to hyper specify for your style of research. So it what it does sometimes is it's like, well, this would be better for your type of research, and then it goes off of what I research and so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth. So yeah, so sometimes it over delivers, this shit.
Ah, true,
Pair
true.
with your bio. Okay. All right. I have one, two, three, four, five. Okay. Pair with your biosensor vision. Use electrochromic displaced skins and 6G sensing. Okay. Can you remember that? I don't know where the fuck to click. It's got so many options. One, two, three, four, five. Okay.
Mm,
Okay. So I
yeah, I
I
was
gotta
gonna
look
say.
this up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to YouTube and I'm gonna look up electrochromic display skins for 6G sensing. Okay. It's gonna be some badass shit. It sounds like you got some background feedback.
No, 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 not me. Nothing going on with me. It's quiet over here.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I don't know. It goes rare. Let me try to mute up while I do this. It might be me. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this video.
You there, man? Oh, he over there doing this thing. Mm. Mm. Hey, boy. All right. I'm here. I am here. RG, where you at? You gonna leave me in here by myself? All right. So I guess I am in here by myself. While I'm here, folks, I guess
I got you, bro.
I will.
I
Oh,
got you, bro.
I was
My
gonna say
bad.
I was.
Yeah, because it's every time I talk, it goes. Rah, rah. Do you hear that
Oh
feedback?
no, I don't hear nothing.
Okay.
I don't hear
All
any
right. That's
feedback.
when I don't know why I keep getting this weird because I'm wearing headphones and yeah, yeah. I was getting this video together because I'm getting the best one. I'm trying to get the best one that we can watch for a minute if people get the ideas about these type of technologies that they're actually in use using, not something that's
Mm,
like just not something that's like in the future going to be used or something. And yeah, that way people can get a kind of a deep look about what these kind of materials are capable of, you know, in
okay.
different wavelengths and stuff like that. But yeah, I know, man, I'm boring. I just
No, 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 it's all good, man. It's all good. You straight.
yeah, brother, I'll be right back. Give me about 30
Yeah.
seconds. I'll be right back.
Mm.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Since RG is going to go and be right back. Hey, bro, I'll be back. Gonna go do my thing, man. All right. So since he's doing that, I guess I'm gonna read the Bible. Since I'm here, I'm gonna go ahead and I am going to read the Bible. El Bible. It's not a real Spanish word. I just said that. El Bible. Let's see what we got. All right. What are we gonna read? All right. I'm just tossing up a coin, letting it land in any page in the book. Any page. Any page. What we got? Kings chapter 2. 2 Kings chapter 24. Jerusalem taken by Nebuchadnezzar. I remember the first time I said that word, that name Nebuchadnezzar, I was like, Chad. He was like, could. I was like, how is it, could? Because it's Chad, Chad, Nez. She's like, could. I was like, could what? She's like, Nebuchadnezzar. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar. And it says over here, in the days of Nebuchadnezzar, could or couldn't, king of Babylon came up, and Yehoiakim, look at that, I'm already messing up. Bear with me, y'all. Jehoiakim became his servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him, and Lord said against him, bands in Chaldees, and bands in the Syrians, and the bands of the Moabites, and the bands of the. That's the thing about the Bible, man. They run on sentence like a mug, boy. And this dude, and then that dude, and then that dude, and then this dude, and then this dude, and then that dude, and who's related to this dude, far removed 3 times, related to that dude, and then he was no more. He went with God. He was no more. And then he's related to that dude who lived for 920 years, and then he died. But let's continue. Um, and the bands of the children of Ammon sent them against the Judah to destroy it, according to the word of the Lord, which he spake by his servants the prophet. Surely at the commandments of the Lord came this upon Judah, to remove them out of his sight, for the sins of the Manasseh, according to all he did, and also for the innocent blood that he shed, for he filled the Jerusalem with innocent blood, which the Lord would not pardon. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim and all that he did, are they not written in the books of the chronicles of the kings of Judah? What's going on with that? So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers. Wait, what?
There,
Yeah,
what?
wait. Yeah.
Slept with who?
So Jehoiakim slept with his fathers, and Jehoiakim, his son, reigned in his stead. Wait, what?
Hey, I'll tell you the way their language was. It's hard to understand all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, man. Me as a kid, when I heard, oh man, when I'd see a movie, he's like, yeah, I slept with her. You know what I thought? When a guy said he slept with a woman or a woman said she slept with a dude, I thought they just went to bed together. That's it. They just went to sleep. It's like, oh, he slept with her. So it's like, so he's in bed in his pajamas. She's in bed in her pajamas. And then they just sleeping. Like
And
that's
the
what went through
days,
my head.
I wish we still had that outlook, that innocent outlook, man. You
Yeah,
know,
man.
because we
Yeah.
didn't, we
The
didn't
first time I
necessarily
realized
jump
what
straight
yeah,
to something. Yeah.
yeah. First time I realized what sleeping with somebody meant, I was like 26. Just kidding. I wasn't that old. But I was
Right.
I was up there. I was probably like 13 or 14 or something like that. They're like, yeah,
Yeah.
man, that's it. Yeah, man. Oh, Jesus. Yeah,
Listen, I
it's
was
pretty
innocent until I
embarrassing.
ran it. I had some bad influence friends, man,
Yeah.
in about fourth, fifth grade, man. Yeah, ruined my whole childhood.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh, but
yeah.
you want to see this? This is the next generation of stealth materials.
Go ahead.
You ready? All right. Let's see.
Yeah, go
Here we
ahead.
go.
What you
US
got?
scientists had demonstrated a breakthrough physical phenomenon then only known to science fiction, the world's first invisibility cloak. The team led by Professor Sir John Pendry of Imperial College in London, in collaboration with Duke University, created a small device about 12 centimeters across that had the intrinsic property of redirecting microwave radiation around it, hiding the device within a small distortion and rendering it almost invisible to microwave detection by reflection. What made this demonstration particularly remarkable was that this characteristic of microwave invisibility was not derived from the chemical composition of the object, but rather the structure of its constituent materials. The team had demonstrated the cloaking properties of a metamaterial. A metamaterial is a material purposely engineered to possess one or more properties that are not possible with traditional, naturally occurring materials. Metamaterials characteristically gain these properties from their structure rather than directly from their base composition. The structure is formed by a repeating arrangement of elemental units, which themselves are typically formed from composite materials composed of plastics and metals. The geometry, size, and arrangement of
Mm-mm. RG, you there?
these elemental structures determine both the wavelength and properties of how a metamaterial influences electromagnetic radiation.
RG, that shit just cut out.
What makes metamaterials so astonishing is the very nature of how they manipulate electromagnetic waves. Radiation can be bent, amplified, absorbed, or blocked in a manner that far supersedes what is possible with conventional materials. One of the more notable properties of most metamaterials is the unusual way in which refraction occurs within them. Refraction is the change in direction of a propagating wave as it passes from one medium to another. While refraction occurs within all waves, including kinetic waves such as with sound, it's a phenomenon most typically associated with light. How a wave is refracted is determined by its change in speed between media and the initial direction of the wave's propagation. For electromagnetic radiation, refraction can be determined by Snell's law. This law states that for a given pair of media, the ratio of the sines of the angle of incidence and angle of refraction is equal to the ratio between the wave's propagation velocities in both media. When the initial medium is defined as a vacuum, this resultant ratio is known as the material's refractive index. The refractive index of a material varies with the radiation's wavelength, which in turn also causes the angle of the refraction to vary. This is known as dispersion, and it is the phenomenon that causes a prism to divide white light into its constituent colors. This redirection of light within a medium through refraction is also a key principle of how lenses function. Every known natural material possesses a positive refractive index for electromagnetic waves. Metamaterials, however, are capable of unintuitive and unnatural negative refraction. They can effectively reverse the propagation of an electromagnetic wave within them. Because an electromagnetic wave is created by the coupling of the electric field and the magnetic field, for a metamaterial to possess such an unnatural refractive index, two parameters that determine the propagation of these fields in matter are manipulated: permittivity.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to jump in and say hello, Maria. I don't know if you're still there. Sorry, I had some complications with the sound and stuff. So, but I did want to say welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us, being glad on the late night. And I think the link is still there if you want to come up and chat with us. You're always welcome. So, I just wanted to invite you and give you the invitation. We'll get back to it. Right. Oh, and Vlad, hey, it was yeah, I muted your microphone. It was, I don't know what it's coming from, but when I muted up, it wasn't real staticky on this side anymore. I'm not sure. It may be, remember earlier you had a couple of issues with your chest microphone. It may be the wire is what it sounded like, but I just wanted to let you know that. All right, let's get back to it.
And magnetic permeability. Permittivity is a measure of how a material polarizes in response to an applied electric field, while magnetic permeability is the measure of magnetization.
Yeah, that sounded bad when you came back in, brother.
Obtains in response to an applied magnetic field. Both of these parameters also represent the energy stored within the material as their respective fields are applied and combined. They determine a material's refractive index. Most known materials have a positive permittivity value. Those that are electrical insulators but can be easily electrically polarized are known as dielectric and exhibit relatively high permittivity. Certain materials, such as metals and plasmas by comparison, exhibit negative permittivity at specific frequency bands. However, no material that can achieve negative values for magnetic permeability has ever been discovered. Metamaterials are engineered out of unit cells that are organized into a repeating structure in a manner analogous to a crystal. These unit cells are composed of traditional materials with natural permittivity and magnetic permeability properties. They're also sized to be a fraction of the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation they operate on. As an electromagnetic wave propagates through the metamaterial, each unit responds to the radiation, and the collective results of these interactions create an emergent material response to the electromagnetic wave that supersedes what is possible with a natural material. The first mention of the properties of metamaterials was in 1904 with the conceptualization of negative wave propagation by British mathematician Horace Lamb and British physicist Arthur Schuster. However, both saw the phenomena as purely theoretical and did not think it could be practically achieved. 40 years later, Soviet physicist Leonid Mandelstam, while studying the nature of electromagnetic wave propagation, would examine the characteristics of materials demonstrating negative refraction. From his experiments, he discovered that the phenomena was prevalent in materials composed of a crystal lattice. By the late 1960s, several research teams would go on to further study the negative propagation properties of crystals, as well as the practical implication of the concept of negative permittivity and negative magnetic permeability. Finally, in 1967, Soviet physicist Viktor Georgievich Veselago of the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology would propose the first theoretical model for a metamaterial. Veselago's research included producing methods for predicting the phenomena of refraction reversal, in which he coined the term left-handed materials, as well as exploring theoretical models for materials that possess both negative permittivity and negative permeability, or double negative materials. Over the next 3 decades, these would remain predominantly abstract, as the constituent materials and computing power needed to effectively design and experiment with metamaterials were lacking. As the framework for metamaterials was being developed at the theoretical level, the related field of microwave engineering and its application to antenna design began to rapidly evolve after World War II. From this, the development of artificial dielectrics during the 1950s and 1960s began to open up new ways to shape microwave radiation, especially for radar antenna design. Artificial dielectrics are composite materials made from arranged arrays of conductive shapes or particles, supported in a non-conductive matrix. Similar to metamaterials, artificial dielectrics are designed to have a specific electromagnetic response, behaving as an engineered dielectric material. American electrical engineer and the first director of NASA's Electronic Research Center, Winston E. Koch, analytically studied how radiation propagated through varying geometric shapes and particles set both in isolation and in repeating patterns. Under his guidance, methods were developed to analyze and tune the effective permittivity and permeability of these structures, allowing for the development of various configurations of
Let me pause
microwave
this off right
lenses.
quick.
However, due
Yeah,
to
brother.
the
Hey,
scope
if
of
you I appreciate you coming in, man, and hanging out with me for a little bit. I hope,
Oh
hopefully,
yeah, man, no doubt.
I gave you some kind of good information. Hopefully. What's up?
Hey, look at that. You see that? You see that radar that's up there? That looks like the inside of a that looks like Jesus, airborne intercept radar for a fighter jet. That's what that looks like. It could very well be something to something else, but yeah, that's a quick acting radar, and all those little fucking nodules over there are arrays. Those are individual radar arrays. Yeah, man.
Exactly. Hey, the
Yeah, you
rods and
see that
cones in
shit
your
all the
eye
time.
look almost identical.
It's the same functions, the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And then it
So,
rasterizes and shit. Yeah. And
yeah.
then you could change how you look at the environment in front of you, and you could basically, and that's when it comes to beam steering and shit like that. This is it right here.
Exactly.
This is it right here, and it's based off of timing and how these things come out. Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
So a
For all you
a lot of the
motherfuckers out
stuff
there that
there.
think I'm like faking the whole thing.
No, bro. Hey, listen. If you
No,
know
not
anything
you. I know.
about rods, yeah, and I'm saying to those people, if you know anything about like everything in technology has to do with geometry, everything. And these mesh rectennas, they call them rectennas. Well, the mesh networks. This is how people don't understand, man. These simulations, everything depends on this kind of technology, man. So yeah, man, they're trying to play in our face and act like everything up there is just, they're downplaying it. Nah, bro, they got some real shit up there above our heads, bro. And I'll go more into it later on, man. Maybe you'll catch the tail end of it.
All right,
But
man.
yeah, man.
Well, I'll let you do
Much
your
love,
thing,
brother.
family. Yeah. Much
All right,
love, man. Much love, man. You do your thing, big dog.
God bless you, brother. Catch you later.
All right, man. Bless you. All right, peace.
All right. Mr. Flad was in the house. We appreciate him, man. Always. Hey, that's the backbone of the Foundry right there, man. So, you guys tune into him, check him out, listen to that man, because got a wealth of knowledge, man. All right, let's get back at it.
NASA's research goals at the time, this research never reached into the realm of negative coefficients, stopping short on achieving true metamaterials. By the late 1990s, the first attempts at migrating metamaterials from theory to reality began to emerge. And while the long-established principles that formed them would remain the focal point of ongoing research, English theoretical physicist John Pendry would soon become a leading contributor to the field by bringing the properties of metamaterials from concept to reality. Pendry's expertise in solid-state physics led him to be contracted by Marconi Material Technologies in order to explain the physics of how their naval stealth material actually worked. Pendry had discovered that the microwave absorption of the material did not come from the chemical structure of the carbon it was made from, but rather the long thin shape of the fibers. From this observation, Pendry realized that by changing a material's internal structure at scales that were smaller than a specific band of radiation, he could alter how that material interacted with it. From this observation, the term metamaterial was coined due to the observed properties seemingly going beyond what was naturally occurring. Pendry would explore this concept further with an idea for a composite material that could mimic the properties of a conventional magnetic substance. He theorized that such a material could be manufactured from tiny loops of copper wire embedded in a fiberglass substrate. Known as a split-ring resonator, these loops would create specific magnetic responses based on their size and geometry, effectively becoming tunable magnetic resonators. The implication of Pendry's idea was something unseen before in material sciences. He had figured out how to manipulate a material's electric and magnetic response, effectively allowing for a method to engineer how electromagnetic radiation moves through a material. Pendry would go on to publish the results of his work in 1999, quickly attracting the attention of physicists worldwide. Among them, David Smith, an experimental physicist at the University of California at San Diego, would team up with colleague Willie Padilla to attempt to construct and analyze Pendry's theoretical device. Smith and Padilla had constructed an array of very small coils that could be tuned in such a way that when illuminated by a source of radiation, the material behaved as though it were naturally magnetic. Fully realizing Pendry's concept, the team would go on to publish their findings in May of 2000. Around the same time, physicist Valerie Browning, a newly appointed DARPA program manager, empowered by the success of Smith and Padilla, convinced DARPA to launch their own initiative into metamaterials research. Bringing to bear $40 million in funding, massive computational resources, and access to precise microfabrication techniques, Smith and Padilla would quickly be folded into the DARPA project, leading its new Advanced Materials program. By late 2000, Pendry had proposed the idea of using metamaterials to construct a superlens. Superlenses are theoretical lenses that can operate beyond the diffraction limit of a traditional lens, allowing near-field rays, which normally decay due to its diffraction limit, to be brought into focus, allowing for sub-wavelength imaging. Though superlenses were initially considered impossible to construct, Pendry theorized that one could be developed employing the negative refractive index behavior of a metamaterial. However, in practice, this proved to be an incredibly difficult task due to the resonant nature of metamaterials, which made them highly dispersive to propagating radiation. They were also highly sensitive to the parameters of refraction chosen, which limited a design to a very narrow wavelength band of operation. Furthermore, engineering metamaterials with a negative permeability at the wavelengths of light was not feasible at the time. This limited experimentation on the concept to microwave radiation. By 2003, Pendry's theory was first experimentally demonstrated at microwave frequencies by exploiting the negative permittivity of metals to microwaves. In 2005, two independent groups had reported success at producing Pendry's superlens at the ultraviolet range, using thin layers of silver illuminated with UV light to produce photographs of objects smaller than the wavelength used. Other experiments had also demonstrated the use of metamaterial microwave superlensing to improve upon MRI imaging. Shortly after, a team at Berkeley, led by physicist Jian Zhang, created the first optical superlens from an ultra-thin layer of silver with a resolution that was several times better than that of the best optical microscopes. 2 years later, a variant of Zhang's lens was able to resolve 2 nanowires separated by 150 nanometers, a gap narrower than a single wave of visible light. In 2004, at a lecture, Pendry had flippantly presented another theoretical implication of the properties of metamaterials, that they could be designed for cloaking. DARPA took these ideas very seriously, and shortly thereafter, David Smith would team up with Pendry under DARPA funding to build a cloaking device. From this collaboration, the first functional invisibility cloak that steered microwave radiation around a copper cylinder, hiding it from detection, was constructed in 2006. In the wake of Pendry and Smith's success, research that attempted to push cloaking into the visible spectrum would be spearheaded by Zhang's research team at Berkeley, where one of the most ambitious 3D nanofabrication labs geared towards the creation of metamaterials would be established. By mid-2008, Zhang's group took the first steps toward creating an optical invisibility cloak by fabricating a nanoscale 3-dimensional optical metamaterial. Composed of 21 alternating sheets of silver and a glass-like substance, the material referred to as a fishnet causes light to bend in unusual ways as it moves through the alternating layers. A few months later, Pendry and Smith would refine their microwave cloaking experiments further by creating a device that could mask an object beneath it from microwave detection. What made this particularly notable was that it operated on a wider band of radiation than their previous attempts. Despite the ongoing research and relative success with microwave radiation, to date, optical cloaking still remains elusive due to the technical challenges of manipulating light within a metamaterial. Light moving through materials typically get absorbed until at some point the energy of the radiation falls off, making it a challenge to guide its propagation in a useful way. In addition, creating nanoscale structures that can interact with the shorter wavelengths of light pushes current nanofabrication techniques to its limit. Beyond these technical challenges, cloaking also suffers from a major practical flaw. By bending radiation around a cloaked object, it also becomes impossible for the object to observe the world around it. Still, despite these limitations, research into the radiation warping properties of metamaterials have opened up new technological possibilities. Its principles have even migrated into the manipulation of acoustic waves and other non-electromagnetic radiative realms. And as nanotechnology advances and the ability to create structures far smaller than the wavelength of light emerge, an entire new world of controlling the electromagnetic spectrum in ways that once seemed impossible awaits. The first form of stealth technology was strongly based on a mathematical framework for understanding electromagnetic radiation, enabling scientists to model and predict the behavior of how radar interfaced with aircraft. Today, an understanding of these complex, abstract ideas are key to pushing stealth into new realms of real-world application. Have you ever wanted to build upon your foundational understanding of mathematics and explore these more complex concepts? Well, there's a free and easy way to get started immediately. That's where Brilliant.org comes in. Brilliant.org is my go-to tool for diving headfirst into learning a new concept. It's a website and app built off the principle of active problem solving. Because to truly learn something, it takes more than just watching it. You have to experience it. Brilliant is constantly developing their courses to offer the most visual, hands-on approach possible to
Okay. Let's find another very interesting video to watch. So I haven't seen a lot of these videos, so I am, there's so much time of the day that, um, or there's not enough time of the day. I haven't had time to watch all of my own research. Okay, I'm just going to look at a few different videos here, and I'm just gonna click something because I have 62 here in front of me. Okay, testing a real invisibility shield. Does it work? I'm just gonna read these titles, Make invisibility shield for free. No thanks. Real life invisibility cloak. I already seen that one. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, okay. That was crazy. Sorry, y'all. Um, Let me share a screen and let me click on this one and let me share it and let me view on StreamYard. Let me add the stage. Bam. Now let me make it bigger and hopefully y'all can hear that. Whoa, shit. What? I don't know why that was only 42 seconds. So sorry about that. I wasted your time. Let me close that off. Close. Sorry, guys, my little goofy tonight. Because it's late and I'm tired, but I'm still gonna hang out and put on a couple more videos. So just bear with me. I'm gonna talk while I look through the video section. And I'll tell you what, I've got one viewer. I'm gonna name off a few of these options, and if you say yes or no, according to what you say in the text, if you put a 1, that's a yes. If you put a 2, that's a no. All right, let's go to number 12. It says quantum stealth invisibility cloak edited 49 minutes. It's edited. I guess it means it's 49 minutes. 1 for yes and a 2 for no for the quantum stealth invisibility. And I'm just going to keep reading them. If you just let me know. This is number 13. So if you want to watch number 13, let me know. Okay. Real life invisibility cloak can hide anything. How does it work? That's number 13. I'll watch that. Put a 1. Number 14 is quantum stealth invisibility cloak can conceal people and buildings. That's number 14. Number 15. And I'm not seeing, okay, no, whoever left. All right, I'm just going to pick one myself then. Visibility cloak. No. I want to go to the meta materials from visibility cloak. Extended reality. Let's see what this one's about. Here we go. Yeah, this is more meta material. Okay, okay. This is. I'm gonna watch this because I'm a nerd, and that means I'm smart as fuck. All right, if you didn't, that's all good. Okay, here we go. Share screen. Yeah, man. You know what? Nowadays, I think women are attracted to nerds. So nerd used to be a derogatory thing, but you know what? Nowadays, that means you're a fucking stud. Yeah. Right. I'm going to share my screen. Bam. Now let's get right into it. Metamaterials and well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Before I share screen, what I'm gonna do, come back here and I'm going to finish reading now that no one else is here. And I'm going to finish my motherfucking thing I was reading earlier. No one liked it, but I can't. This is talking about space. And is space all fucking gay? No. And is there some really cool shit going on up there? Yes. And I'm going to show you exactly what's cool about it. Okay, number 6, number 7, number 8. So we passed number 8, which was biosensor applications in space safety. And we went through that. Okay, now let's go to section 9, which is getting into the interbody part now. Section number 9 is, the title is 6G technology integration for space. What it's talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The future of space communications will be inexorably linked to the 6G wireless paradigm, defined by ultra high speed, ultra low latency connectivity, massive device density, and the seamless integration of terrestrial, aerial, and orbital domains. Listen, people, this is all going to be merged very soon. They are building the infrastructure in low Earth orbit as we speak. How do I know? Because I'm smart and I researched for a long time. Okay, so let's just read a little bit and find out what's going on above our fucking heads. No, I'm not talking about space like way out there, light years away. No, no, no. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of feet, if that. Yeah, and they have ways of masking what's going on. So you can't see with your eyes. But with a little trickery of the camera, a little infrared here and there, a little ultraviolet here and there, and yeah, you can see what's going on. And I showed videos when I started the stream. Okay, let's read a little bit. The Space Capendulum, that's the document, review of 6G implication highlights this. Number 1, spectrum management as a foundation. Next generation 6G networks and their enabling satellite constellations, which are very small, they're nano, but that's how they can stay up there above our heads. They're called CubeSats. Look it up. So these 6G networks will rely on dynamic AI-driven spectrum allocation and sharing. The NTIA's 2025 National Spectrum Strategy, which is called the OB3 Act, do your own research, OB3 Act, look it up. It predicates the expansion of civilian broadband Department of Defense communications and 6G Internet of Things integration on streamlined expansion of access and real-time conflict resolution between all spectrum users, including direct-to-device satellite operators and deep space comms relays. Number 2, space, air, ground integrated networks. It's called SAGIN, SAGIN. That's an anagram. Space, air, ground integrated networks. Look it up. Do your own research, please. The compendium Lucidity describes SAGINs as an architectural pillar of 6G uniting satellites, high altitude platforms, and terrestrial base stations to provide resilient, high capacity, and ubiquitous coverage, even in remote, hostile, or disaster struck zones. You guys, they are building infrastructure above our heads. I can't stress it enough. Stop listening to those people who keep pushing the repetitive, oh, space is gay, right? Space is gay and it's all bullshit. No, what they taught us was bullshit. What's happening now, I believe there's a considerate effort to take your attention away from what's going on above our heads, right? I wonder why. Maybe there are people that don't want you to know what they know. Maybe there is a bunch of stocks being invested in, right? Maybe there's a lot of, hey, buddy, this is what's really going on. Invest in this right now. Maybe there's people, say, within our own community, Flat Earth, that doesn't want you to know about all this. Maybe there's a, hey, don't look up there. It's not real. Don't listen to people. There are satellites up there. No, I'm saying to you right now, there's a whole lot more. A whole lot more, right? Oh, people just keep repeating the same phrases. So you don't look up. All right, here we go. Enabling new use cases. The fusion of 6G and edge computing will support advanced biosensor networks, real-time HD 3D video streaming, holographic telepresence, haptic feedback for telerobotics, and secure low latency command links for safety critical applications, such as surgical intervention and autonomous vehicle operation, both in orbit and I don't believe this part, but it says planetary environments. Maybe it's something like advanced simulation planetary environments, that kind of thing. Like tapping into another person's body, like to see from their perspective type of technology, right? Like interlocking, like quantum tunneling into people's uh, brain interfaces, brain to computer interfaces, that type of technology, bro. Like there's a lot of things going on that you could probably be investing in right now. That some other people in the flat earth community will say, no, it's all fake and gay. Don't look up. Don't worry about that. No, it ain't real. Okay, bro. What the fuck ever. I'm saying I hear that repetitious, like gay saying. That's like all this new technology, bro. What do you think they're doing with it? If I were you, I would really start investing in space infrastructure. Maybe you'll make a killing, you know? Dude, I'm not gonna steer in the wrong direction. I would probably invest in brain to computer interfaces, that type of technology. The stuff that I'm telling you about right now that, you know, can, like these type of metamaterials that can, what do you call, what's the best language? Stuff that makes other things seem like they're not up there, like meta surfaces, that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4. Or did I say new cases? Okay. Number 4. Security and decentralization. As described in the compendium's review of intelligent spectrum management, reinforcement learning, blockchain, and network and spectrum denial attacks, especially vital for defense, emergency, and biosensor-driven telehealth use cases. All of that technology, invest. That's the future. It is above your heads. It is happening. There is such a thing like Ready Player One, haptic feedback suits. All that shit's real. Look it up. Invest, please. It is real. You can make a killing. Okay. Table 6. This is another table that is 6G and space operations core implications. The theme, then the description, then the compendium context is what I'm going to read in that order. The theme, number 1, dynamic spectrum management. What is its description? AI and machine learning based adaptation of cooperative sharing, licensed, unlicensed band blending. The compendium context. Why am I telling you about this? This is the context. Essential for coexistence of mega constellations, which are tiny CubeSat constellations. It's like mesh networking up above your heads. Okay. This is direct to device and edge nodes. Just do your own research. Look it up. If not, if you can't keep up with me, just rewind it. Trust me. This is for your best knowledge. Trust me. Okay. The next theme, it's called, this is the anagram or, yeah. Okay. It's called sagging architectures, SAGIN architectures. What is its description? Integrated satellite, high altitude platform, ground mesh, seamless handoff. So it's integrated as you go up and from the ground up, like this type of mesh networking. It's called seamless handoff, and that's the type of description. What is its context in this? What I'm reading you, okay? My research. Key enabler for uninterrupted biosensor data streams. Like I just said, it's seamless handoff as you go up to these integrated satellite mesh networks, high altitude platforms, what I've been talking about. Okay. Next, number 3 is edge computing. Description, local real-time data reduction, AI interfering at source, or I'm sorry, inferencing at source. Anyway, however you say that. What is its context? It moves safety analytics closer to what they call astronauts or, low Earth orbit people that go up there. All right, supports instant hazard response. And the next one, I think it's the last one. Scroll down a little bit. The last one is, sorry, bear with me. I am handicapped. Okay. Secure authentication is the theme. And it's blockchain and network slicing. Trust zones is what they're called. Just do your own research. Trust me. Okay. It secures critical safety, health, military operations information over open networks. That's what it does. Secure authentication, blockchain network slicing, trust zones. Secures critical safety, health, military operations information over open networks. Look it up, do your own research, please. Okay, The compendium makes clear that operators, regulators, and equipment manufacturers must proactively design for these complexities now to avoid spectrum bottlenecks in the future, unsafe latency, or catastrophic failure in future high density environments. What does that tell you? High density environments, which means it's going to get crowded at some point in low Earth orbit. There's already a shitload of technology up there, which, if you've been listening, you will know this has been the last 30 years. Okay? The shit's happening. It's real. It's not fake and gay. That's the shit they taught you in school. Okay? We're not in fucking school no more. Grow up. Stop repeating to flat earthers in your own community that it's all fake and gay. It's far from that. Okay? No, they're not shooting rockets to the moon. No, you can't escape the electromagnetic barrier, the ionosphere that's above your head. No, you can't. You can access its power, all right? The technology that you're used to hearing about, it's old news. They're not shooting like these solid boosters up there and then just, yeah, they may fake it up for TV and make you think, yeah, they're just shooting stuff up. They're going up to the ISS and taking, trips up there every now and again. Sure, yeah, okay. Fall for it if you want. The ISS is just like a satellite that, whatever past civilization put up there, like, the Dark Knight satellites. That shit is real, okay? There are things up there. We do have the ability in that cold environment, quantum lock technology, very light metal type of structures, right? Up there, through, you know, resonators that, tap into the electric ionosphere. Okay, whatever they want to do, they're doing up there. Okay, there are high altitude platforms like AT2, Lockheed Martin, football sized, three attached to each other airships. Okay, they didn't go away, they went away publicly. They took it out so you couldn't compete with the big companies. That's all they did. Okay, maybe I'm pissing all over people's food right now and they might not like what I'm saying, but grow up, guys. Okay, I hate feeling like I can't talk about this shit with my own people, bro. I really like to like teach and show people what's real and what's going on, right? They're now just letting out a lot of information. You just have to do the right kind of research, and AI has complete access to the internet. You just have to poke it a little bit, right? Make it tell you what you know is happening. They're just not telling you publicly. I hope I'm helping people. I hope I'm not just being an asshole. But anyway, let's move on. All right. But please do your own research, guys, and write down this stuff that I'm telling you. I just put the document I'm reading now that I did, the big part of the research. I chopped it up into like 3 or 4 sessions that, what I'll do. And check this out, guys. I'm going to give you my secret. Pick an AI. I do Copilot. It's Microsoft. Okay. Use the free version, but use your common sense when using AI. Don't look up dumb stuff that it's gonna, because what it does, like as you research more and more and more with Copilot or whoever you choose, Copilot I like because it builds a relationship with your style, your type of common sense usage, the type of stuff you look up more and more of. It's going to recommend that kind of thing back to you over time. So what I like about it is I'll have like a one long session of 3 or 4 hours where I do a full deep dive on different things. This, like, I will upload documents that are official documents. You've got to make sure they're official and, you're really interested in it. So you upload the document and it tears it apart. It does exactly what you ask it to do with the document. I asked this specific document to break it up into 10 major parts, right? And I told it what I wanted, and it just, and then it makes suggestions. You can go with that or you don't have to. And then you build on those 10 sections one at a time, right? And you break it down those 10 sections, the one section into another 10. And you just do that. Now you got 100 sections that you can do deep dives on. I do it like that. And I make it up into chunks. And then I will add 2 or 3 more documents to that. And I'll do the same thing, right? And you see how it can easily become this amazing research project, right? And I'll do 3 or 4 sessions like that. And then I'll take what I want from that, the major sections, and then I'll start a whole nother conversation with Copilot about something else, but along the same biodigital convergence lines, right? And then I'll do something with sensors, and I'll do something with, the terahertz warfare doctrine of the military of the army, right? Just the army, branch of army. And then I'll do, the military of the Marines, right? But I'll do like old research and bring in old documents that are like from the 30s. And then you just go with it, bro. And you way of doing it. Then you're not being influenced, right? And you just have to be smart about it. Okay. And then you come back to your community and you say, hey, look, I've got this that I'd like you to look at with me. Okay. And then they put in their common sense or their 2 cents and that's how you become like you trust each other. You build relationships like that. And I would love to do that with you guys. I just don't want to be poked, man. I don't, because I know who I am, what I'm interested in, and what I'm capable of. And if we both, or if we get in groups of like 5, okay, and then we come back after a month and, we bring that really deep, deep sense of what we need to do to prepare for the future. Because trust me, guys, we're being steered in the wrong direction and we're told, don't look into this. It's fake and gay. It's kind of what people are insinuating when they repetitiously do that to you. They're undermining your intelligence and they're making you look away from the future of, if we don't get in now and where we fucking need to fit in and get in as flat earthers and push our way into this sector, bro, we're gonna made to be look like, bro, they fell for it, right? They only came to this app for flat earthers, right? Uh, and that's what it seems like. Like we're supposed to only go because YouTube's algorithm doesn't allow us to speak freely. We can make our own shit, but we don't need to be bottlenecked into one person's app, bro. I'm telling you. And I'm not gonna say names right now because it's too fucking late. And I don't want to. All right. But anyway, let me finish this speech, what I'm doing. I'm on for 5 hours, right? Um, and I'm gonna get a drink and I'm gonna play this video for a minute and I'll come back to so basically what's in our skies, there's all kind of meta materials and ways to hide that shit. So here we go. I'm gonna play a little bit and y'all can watch this and tell me what you think later. And thank me later, please.
It's my great pleasure to be here. So actually, I have worked with the Howran more than 5 years. but never met him. So this is my first time to see him in person. So everything is changed. So also, for the first page of I'm old mechanical engineering background. But when I was student, I decided to learn about this mathematics in the PhD. So some of basic textbook is Professor Stefan Meyer's book. So I'm very humbled to present my work to be here. But anyway, I'm all mechanical background, so not much physics today. So basically some manufacturing. So first 10 minutes is about some brief overview. What's the metamaterial and how this metamaterial field is developed. And then next 20 to 30 minutes is the most recent progress in research. And last 10 to 15 minutes is about some remaining challenges. So what we need to do making this physics into the real technology. So before that, let me just introduce where I came from. From here is a Korean, South Korean map. And this is Incheon, so Melbourne to Incheon is a 12-hour flight. And we are locating here. So this is about 2.5-hour high-speed train. Actually, this is after Korean War, 1950. Just a small fishing town. There was nothing. But during the 1970 Korean industrialization, it became some of the industrial place, making the old iron steel for car manufacturing, heavy ship industry, and so on. So the company name is POSCO, Pohang Steel Company. So this guy has a lot of money. So right now the revenue of this company is number 3 in Korea, next to Samsung Electronics and Hyundai Motors. But anyway, this guy, founder of this company, has a lot of money. So and he has some vision for the next thing is about education. So he traveled all around the world and visit many universities, Harvard, Stanford, and Cambridge, and how we can manufacture them. So using stone, we can have easier hunting and making sharper tip and finger grip. And then we found this alloy, and then this iron, steel. And now we are living the age of silicon. So we found the silicon, and we know how to handle this one. So this, etching, lithography, doping, and we know this one. So this is base of the electronics age. And next to the silicon, we don't know yet, but this is a history. So maybe 30 years later, we can look back to history. Okay, that's the right material, change the world. So candidate is many, nanomaterial, quantum dot, graphene, many Nobel Prize, and I hope metamaterial could be one of them. And if you see some, some discipline, industrialization-wise, this is the first revolution, mechanical engineering. So we have an engine, so we have a very, huge power, and this is electric, where the enemy is coming from, and who they are, and so on. So this is the current version of AR glass. So 40 years ago, Japanese writer thought about this thing. It's very amazing. So I like to have this one in 1987. So this thing is being realized by some of the support, not 100%, but by some support of the metamaterial. And metamaterial people think about something, this is some in the dictionary, beyond the strange, something over thing. So if you Google Meta, now is obviously Facebook will come out first, but this is one interesting tree, Meta sequoia. So sequoia tree exists first. In California, there is Sequoia National Park, but people, wood scientists found a new tree. So they look like sequoia, but genetically totally different. So which means they are different species. So they named this one like Meta sequoia. And some of you use to the normal people, like the metaverse is about virtual reality place or game, but we need a more scientific, some concrete, definition. So this is what we are familiar about material science. So chemistry-based one, gold and quartz is different material because their basement atom is different, gold atom, silicon. And even though we have the same carbon atom, they're due to birth condition, graphite, diamond will be very familiar. But anyway, this is based on this all the chemistry-based material definition. But scientific definition of the metamaterial is artificially structured material and based on meta atom. So we have to define unit structure, atom first. And then there's some physical configuration, like a shape of the, some atom, like a gold is, bulk gold is like a shiny yellow noble metal, but like a 10 nanometer dot of the gold is like a blue color, violet color. So, and then we can place, and we have to observe some interesting electromagnetic wave property. So it started from optical frequency microwave, and now it's expanded to all the wave science, acoustic, elastic, even earthquake wave. And then what could be interesting? So this is a epsilon mu in EM. We distinguish some of the material here. And in dielectric, okay, let me go this one first. And this is nothing new, Snell's law, low index to high index. We know how to handle this one. And high index to low index, this is a critical angle. It's also we saw in the textbook. But metamaterial can do far more than that. So this is the demonstration of a refractive index of 10,000 in terahertz. So which means we can control the light 10,000 times more than that what we can do in the air. So this is dielectric case. And people show like EMG, hyperbolic, mu NG, many different interesting properties we don't see in the nature. And also even found this area, double epsilon mu minus thing, and negative refractive index, and then perfect lens, super lens, invisibility cloaking. So many interesting phenomena can be observed. So people was fascinating, like me. Metamaterial is very interesting. But actually, metamaterial is exist in the nature, very old history. So this is like Roman lycra you can see in British Museum, London. And this is like we saw the cup outside is a green color. The light is inside is a red color, so asymmetric transmission. So people didn't know why, but they know how to make them. So while they making this glass thing, and they put some powder. So this powder, and they could make such a color. And then later they realized if they make a fine powder, become violet, and coarse one is go to the red, and they make this rainbow color, making stained glass. And now we understand this is a plasmonic property of the metallic nanoparticle, so we can understand by equation. But anyway, it existed already 1500 years ago. But why until 2000 was not become, people didn't realize this metamaterial in reality? My opinion is about this region is about fabrication. So to work on this metamaterial in the visible wavelength, we have to control the shape, make the about 10 to 100 nanometer length scale, the fabrication, structuring. But nanofabrication tool was not famous until 2000 around. And after that, e-beam lithography, ion milling, self-assembly, all the nanoparticle synthesis was introduced and become popular. And then people could start investigate like a cloaking, perfect lens, and super resolution hologram, microscopy, and so on. So fabrication has been important to do that. And because this is one example, like some of early theories, like even 1968 from Vesel-Lago, Russian mathematician, he proposed like this negative index medium. But nobody didn't trust this result because people didn't see that. So they consider this is a mathematical trick, mathematically correct, but it's not true.
Right, check it out. So I want you guys to pay close attention, whoever's watching, in the future. This guy here in this paper right here, very important for the whole purpose of me even talking about this, cloaking type of technology, and metamaterials, meta surfaces, and So this guy right here is something type of refraction, right? People are always like, no, there's no such thing as negative refraction. Well, that's what the meta surfaces and metamaterials are able to do, and this is what gives the ability to cloak something, right? So it basically bends light around this or whatever object that it's trying to bend around there. But you see here in the liquid what happens with negative refraction and nanoparticles and stuff. So I just wanted to stop there for a second, but I'm going to keep playing and be right back.
True, because we don't have this one in the nature. But until 2001, this Professor David Smith in Duke actually showed that using this double split ring resonator, microwave actually can bend it into the negative refraction. So now people trust epsilon mu can be controllable by this structuring. And later, a few years later, using nanofab, my colleague Jason Valentine made this thin film multi-layer and drilling the hole using ion milling. And this is a negative refraction in IR. And then later, many things, visible terahertz, UV, with the many different design, many different the fabrication methods. And anyway, here's the important thing is now people know actually the property of electromagnetic property can be really, controllable by some of the structuring. So using some material, some shape, some placement actually happen. So invisibility cloak is similar. So a lot of drilled hole in the silicon 2D, we can control the light, the pathway. So this is like green is become hidden zone. Wherever light comes in, it couldn't arrive here. So making the invisibility cloak called carpet cloak. And later, the three-dimensional, very beauty of the fabrication. So 3D carpet cloak has been demonstrated. But the problem is, this guy is very hard to make it. So making this guys at that time, like 30,000 US dollar. So, but this cloaked area is 100 square micrometer. So it's already very hard to see. So why do we need to hide this guy? And similar is very difficult to make. Repeatability is almost zero, I think. So I realized this scalability, even though we can make this one very large using drilling hole forever. So, but maybe we don't need it. So community also think about, okay, so invisibility cloak is some of our ideal place it can go, some scientific dream, but maybe we can do something practical, something beneficial to the community, beneficial to the industry. So this is some right side is some of optical technology, current optical technology can be integrated in many different disciplines. This is like classical optics, like objective, laser manufacturing, prism, and so on, like usually standalone optics. But these days, optics is going into the many different things, like electronic device, Face ID, the virtual reality device, and LiDAR, and so on. But baseline is they need some good function optically, like overcome diffraction limit and so on. At the same time, they need to be very light and very small, compact, to integrate it into the cell phone and virtual reality device and LiDAR and so on. So, but the problem is existing classical optics cannot solve those problems. Conventional, this is a refractive lens, refractive optics. So light comes in, based on Snell's law and based on the geometry, they can do this focusing, but bulky, but very old, long time. Industry is very well exist. And this Fresnel lens is making this one same function, but making little thinner. But you can see, although their phase information is translated to in the same height by this gear shape, but their performance is not as good as this guy. This is called diffractive optics. And making this one is not easy. This you can imagine the cutting of this glass is okay, but this is more complex. So people use the injection molding, making some mechanical engineering technology. So this is the beauty of the classical conventional refractive optics and diffractive optics. So this is like a 9 combination of the plastic lens in your cell phone. So they have a 20 million pixel, like 30 times zoom, but still they have some, they couldn't make it thinner due to their physical thickness of the lens. So we have a camera bump. And this is a diffractive optical element, diffractive optical waveguide and lens. And this is a big, so heavy, because making the image projection, holographic image, and waveguide, and come back, so bend to the eye. So this is some minimized volumetric space. So this is we couldn't solve the problem of the very thin, no camera bump and like AR glass, like a real human glass. So this is not what is not what people want. So to overcome this limit, people study about we can control like sub-wavelength features, sub-wavelength optical property. So using this nanostructure array material, and do the same thing. For example, focusing, rather than using this geometrical, the refractive index, we make a lot of nanostructure, but they act as like this focusing function. So light comes in, each nanostructure interact with them and do something. Go here, and to do that, we need some phase information about quadratic phase encoding into their structure. So in 2D. And linear encoding, we can do steering. Like 0, we can making reflection, and so on. So what we need to do, making this, find the correct meta atom basement structure, and what material is it related to wavelengths usually, and then how we can placement, what is the unit cell and pitch, and how we can make them. So, and then let's experiment if this focusing function is coming out or not. And past 10 years, community has made a lot of effort to show, making the super resolution hologram, and this Howran is expert in orbital angular momentum for image, the degree of freedom increasement, and this lens making this objective, making such a thinner, and LiDAR making bulk mechanical scanner into the optical finger-sized one, and so on, and so on. So basically, optical function is given. We can replace everything in principle. So this is a simple design to application. Some flow chart. We find the atomic structure, and this is related to what we're going to control. So we're going to control amplitude, or phase, or both, or polarization. It will determine what type of structure you're going to need. So for example, this rectangle is using geometrical phase called PB phase, and this rectangle structure is usually working. And these guys are like polarization independent because they are symmetric. And material like TiO2 is a good material for visible because high end, low K. And silicon is good in IR, also in high end, low K in the visible. But on the other hand, silicon is not good in the visible because high K. So that's some criteria how we choose the material. And fabrication, what type of thing we're going to use, e-beam lithography, nano imprinting, polymer-based direct laser writing, and so on. And then final application. It can be used a lens as a convex lens, concave lens, and holography, and so on. So in the year 2019, it is chosen from Davos Forum. It was one of the emerging technology. So here is like a tiny lens will replace a bulky glass component. So this is one good example in our lab made. We purchased like an IR camera from manufacturer, $1,000. And then this is a convex lens is integrated and take out. And we made the same lens like this way, but functionally same. But you can see this curvature is gone, flat. We call this one flat lens, and thickness become much, much thinner. But if you zoom in, there is a lot of silicon nanorod array. So they are doing all the light go to the one spot, making focusing. And further integrated into the this camera again, and functionally same. So even though camera is not dramatically decreased because all the electrical part, mechanical part, but optical part become smaller, thinner, and working same, actually the resolution become better. You can see some of the chart cannot be resolved by manufacturer provided lens, but this meta lens can imaging this guy. So this is not super resolution scheme, but image contrast in this MTF optical chart become better. Main reason is the spherical aberration is gone because this is flat, so it can collect more light than this typical this spherical lens. So then why not to use it? Better function, smaller volume, and why not? The problem happened is in 2019, this lens fabrication cost us $5,000 US dollar. But I mentioned camera is $1,000, so we cannot use that. So no justification. But in the end of this talk, I will show this lens now become less than $20. So now we can use that, maybe. $20 maybe more still expensive, but we can use that now.
Spotlight shine bright all on me. Got the internet turn like, who is she? Whole world watching, they about to see that I can manifest anything, just count to 3. Spotlight shine bright all on me. Yeah, it's all on me.
So this is some of earlier demonstration in few years ago, and still like a one lens design. But we need to do 2 lens, 3 lens, complex like 9 lens. But this is not easy yet. But people are making effort in the community, and this is a simple demonstration. Is we can do like a zoom on and off, and focusing in and out by some of integration with the liquid crystal. But very early stage is still we have to admit. And this is another some example. We can also just change the convex lens into the one single flat lens. And we can do also some complex objective. This is a very expensive objective we can use in microscopy. Also a lot of biology people rely on this high numerical aperture, high resolution objective. But problem is expensive, and this length is very long. So this is some of the drawback of this guy. So why maybe should we try replace like one single objective, one complex objective into the one single lens? So we try this one. So it's worked well. This is like a dual wavelength meta lens. Is for single molecular imaging. So excitation is a 635 nanometer collection, and then 670 nanometers. So dual wavelength. Actually, this is the shape of the meta lens array. So you can see a lot of nanorod cylinder shape, and this is okay. So 635 and 670, they're focusing. Not the best, but okay, working. And this is some comparison chart. So this is much better than aspheric objective lens. For example, NA less than 0.5. This meta lens is much better in terms of a single function. But some of them is like we couldn't beat like NA 1.2, 0.09. Still this guy is better. But some of the charts like up to NA 0.5 maybe can be replaced by one single meta lens. So some of the comparison type achromatic lens, you can see this is no single molecular imaging. So this guy is not good at all. But meta lens can do single molecular imaging, but maybe a little lower than this guy. So here, so some of the thing. So still, we cannot replace everything. So some of very important, very expensive, achromatic objective lens is still worthwhile to use that. But maybe few years objective lens. So people is working on, including myself. And another good example is some important device, in my opinion, is this face recognition system, or people call short distance LiDAR. Using LiDAR light, we can make the 3D map or depth sensing. So if in your Apple phone, there is some Face ID system. So simply how it works, This is one device called diffractive optical element dot projector, and light comes in, pass through this device, 10,000 dot is being spread out. And then this IR camera is taking a picture and they compare, analyze what it is. So compare with the original secured data, and then it's on and off. So go or stop. So this is simple face recognition system using IR camera. And there are actually few type of things to do that. Famous thing is like the time of a flight. It's used in car, long distance LiDAR. Measure the time, the laser go and back and measure the time, so making the 3D depth map. And passive stereo is a simple human eye system. Two eye, two camera is taking a picture. The brain is calculating the distance. That method. So this is like an atom go to the molecule. So one set of this molecule consists of many different atoms, and one molecule acts as a single standalone device. And light comes in, all the molecule pass through the light, and interference between the cell, making many of the interference. So that become about 10,000 dot array. In eventual far field. So this is the and then take a camera and simple extraction algorithm.
When you write, your tone influences how readers respond. With Grammarly, just highlight your text and
Okay, boy. Oh shit! I about fell asleep, you guys. So I guess that's my cue to yeah, man. I'll finish this up tomorrow. No one's in here, so yeah, it's late here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Damn, I gotta get to sleep. I got a big day tomorrow. I've got making some white chicken chili with my boys, and yeah, we're gonna eat good tomorrow. But listen, whoever watches this, trust me, not all face. Thanks. Not that. Not all space is fake and gay. All right. There's some really good shit going on that's going through some changes, man. And we're in one of those reset periods, I believe. So get in where you fit in, bro. Trust me. It's gonna yeah, y'all better start investing, bro. I'm telling you. I'm gonna give you some more good advice though. Probably next week I'm going to finish the document and the research paper that I was reading earlier. And yeah, man, we just won't have Brenda on ever again, bro. First time I had that bitch on live ever. First time ever speaking to that dude like that, man. Making fun, poking a little bit every now and again. Look, the bear, she poked me a little too much, so I said, you got to come. But anyway, all right, man. I love y'all. I'm out. Thank y'all very much for the consideration, man, to even have me as a flat earth friend, a flat earth you know, part of the foundry. So it's been a long fucking road, dude. We've been in this community for a minute. So yeah, hopefully y'all get the point. There's some fake and gay stuff about space that they taught us. And yeah, there's no light years, there's no planets floating around that you can go crawl on. Trip to Mars. Yeah, right. Okay. All right, man. I'm rambling now. All right. Much love. Thank you very much, guys, for being the people that you are, man, and just be yourself, bro. Don't let anybody tell you that something's fake and gay if there's a lot of other stuff going on nowadays. Maybe people just don't talk about it enough. Maybe that's why there's no interest in what's really going on up there, what they're really doing, bro, and the type of technology they're using to conceal it. I mean, shit. But anyway, all right, I'm going. Peace.